Do you want me to DM it to you, or we can just talk about it as we get rolling?
Whatever makes sense. Like
Okay.
if we want to have a little scene or
I mean,
however.
I did already say that you have already gained this information,
Oh, okay.
didn't I?
I don't remember. I'm lucky I remembered to ask you about it during the week.
Yeah, I feel like I said, like, yes, they would know something I, the DM, don't know yet.
Okay.
Who did you ask? Was it Elias?
I can't remember if it was Elias or Wyatt.
Okay. Okay. They would still probably give you about the same information. Um, you good, Quasta? You need a minute?
Yes, I have the thing.
Okay.
Now, who is all these people?
I do not yet have the thing, but that's okay. Oh, there it is. One more step. No, never mind. I clicked the wrong link.
More opportunity to slurp tea.
Slurp.
I have licorice tea today.
Nope. I was gonna say I didn't think you liked black licorice, and then I remembered something and went, "Nope, she definitely does."
I will.
So taking inspiration from your party tab nibbles, I don't remember what Fire's horse was. I think it was horse. I remember that his shrub was called Shrubby. Um,
There's Muffin.
oh, the horse was called Muffin, right?
No, Muffin is the one
Oh,
from Zoe.
muffin.
Right.
Fire had two horses, horse and pack horse.
Any luck with it?
Nope.
What is paired suspects?
Yo, yeah. What is Pert's suspects?
I think that's going back a ways, but let me just take a look.
Since when did Roll20 have a short rest and a long rest button?
I know,
weeks.
right?
2 updates ago or so.
And I think they do nothing.
Step 1: have it know what is short rest or long rest.
Okay. I believe if I remember correctly, Pert's suspects are the people in the basement from the meeting. I was trying to
the children.
Yeah, I was trying to assign aspects to them to help identify who was who, because we didn't get a lot of details or descriptions. That's going back a long ways, though, so I could be remembering wrong.
I was really confused when I saw that.
Wait till I annoy Jamie by being like, "Yep, I want to try and dream Anna again."
Did you add my other email, Nibbles?
I did.
Why is it not showing up?
F5? They work with me with F5.
I might just delete the cookies.
But the cookies.
That's really weird.
Let me try making Hotmail lowercase. I don't know.
That might be why. I don't know how case sensitive OneDrive is.
Mails in general shouldn't be locked up sensitive, right?
Personally, I don't think anything should be case sensitive on emails because people are dumb, like me.
Reminds me of those.
Okay, how about now?
Just
It showed up with
close
your
it.
name this time instead of just the email address.
That's good. Opa.
Oh, fantastic.
Gonna pin that.
I would encourage everybody to use that and to take notes. Um, as you know, story over 4 years can get complicated and some things can get forgotten.
What are you talking about? It's simple. All we did is slay a god's paladin and then realize that the god's paladin was a bad person and oh boy. It's
Stop! Don't do the whole thing.
My brain, no. My poor sweet brain is just being held together right now. No.
So is everybody now ready to start?
Yarp.
Cool. So who wants to recap what happened last week?
Lord Dump.
Yeah,
We
Lord
met
Dump.
Fraser Blue.
Perk
Well.
flipped a book a couple of times.
We had met Fraser Blue 2 weeks ago, but we were properly introduced last week.
Mm-hmm.
We got his eyes back.
What happened to his eyes?
Someone stole them.
That's an
That's
asshole.
Bell's an asshole.
an asshole. Most probably they're using it for evil.
Probably? You mean definitely.
I feel like Dal is like the most neutral of characters. He's not evil. He's just an asshole.
He's definitely evil.
Or at least incredibly amoral.
Yeah. What else did we learn? We learned a bunch of name of the previous owners of the books. There were some interesting numbers there, names there.
Mhm.
What else did we learn?
We learned there's a difference between demons and devils.
Yeah, we learned a little bit about the hell's landscape and how it operates and what is the abyss.
Yep, hell is the land, the abyss is the ocean, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And how I always get it backwards. Demons live in the abyss and they get relegated as being instinctual and not
Instinctual,
smart.
animalistic.
Yeah, and not being smart and kind of get bullied by devils.
Or logical, rational, conniving bastards.
Yeah.
So he knows one of the names on the book of the owners of a book.
Mm-hmm.
We said, can we meet them? And you say, tell now.
I mean, technically, I think so. We could try and dream them.
Yeah, you absolutely could do that. But Pert has discovered that messaging other researchers or sending notes to them is not really the way this thing is designed.
Doesn't have a chat incorporated. They should
Yeah.
get that in the next update. Um, did I think Bird at some point we lost him and started doing research on dragons and dragons who are alive?
Yeah, Rizwin had mentioned something about red dragons. And Pert did find mention of a separate family of red dragons than what Rizwin's family is. Very far away.
Did the other players or characters get clued in as to the name of one of the researchers being a dragon? Or was that private information? I can't remember.
I think it was private.
Because you found out what species of dragon it was, too. I think it was a copper.
Yeah, I don't. I'll just say it was public information because, like, I didn't pull Pert aside and ask him about it. So we can just assume that it came up that dragon names are formatted that way,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody knows that now.
I don't know if Fire knows that.
There's a lot of things Fire
Well,
doesn't know.
yeah, Fire also doesn't read, so that would be useless information for him anyway.
Look, there is a bunch of new shrooms running around in this cave right now because it's been bored out of hell all this time. What else?
I think that was the majority of it, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was trying by the end of the session to decide where are we going next.
We got to go back because we got meetings.
We remember that we got meetings in Insane, and after that
We're going east.
Seems like we're rolling east to Candlekeep.
Let's look back at the map. We are probably going to hit up. I was going to suggest, because Risen wants to visit Aquilonia, we go Aquilonia and then to Candlekeep, because it was basically, I'm assuming if we look at a map,
Nibbles' suggestion is that we go directly to Candlekeep.
Get the painful stuff out of the way first.
Outside of the game, no, that's not what's going to happen. Inside of the game, sure. Outside of the game, Rizwin is not going to go to Candlekeep. But she's not telling everybody that.
Insight check?
This is all outside of the game. You just proceed as normal.
Goodbye for an entire arc.
We have plans, is all I will say.
I want to say that I intuited because I have an insight of stupid high.
I want flan.
Anyways, you made your way out of the cave that Professor Blue still calls home. You opted to go onto the shores of Sarasil to find a tree.
Yep.
And we did.
We did, and we got off the island perfectly fine.
Yep.
No one got bitten by a weird insect.
And so now you have a couple of days on this little boat to get back to Innisane. Well, to get back to Bordra, and then you have to take a train to Innisane.
Yep.
So in those couple of days, is there anything you want to do? Is there anything Pert wants to research?
So, my current research project between writing stuff is primarily focused on any articles it has on Drow or the Underdark.
Okay.
At some point during the whole trip, Fire would ask Bert, could you research something for me?
Of course.
I'm not a research guy, but I think it would be fun to know more about the white trees. Isn't there anything in there about them?
That's fantastic. They were on my list of topics to look at. I will definitely promote them higher, Fire. Happy to accommodate.
Thank you. Also, at some point, you should investigate the Wi-Fi Islands because we know nothing about that, but we know Magobli is waiting for us there or going there. So could be good to know where it's there.
That's a valid concern. Thank you.
Also,
I had not thought of that.
Also, if you could find any information about the Elven Kingdoms, because they're in the fight and would be important to know about stuff. Also, I know I look at
And
this
I
little
just put my
town.
hand over Fire's mouth. Just do your thing, Pert.
Kamel drags me out of the room while I say, "There's this little town called Arnak in the map. I know nothing about it, but it's a funny name. I want to know about it."
Fire's gotten the bug.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, Pert's going to have to. For now, Pert is writing everything about the Illithids into the book, so that's going to take him a couple of days. But at some point, Pert's going to have to sit down with Fire and have Fire give him all of the information Fire knows about Shrubby.
Shrubby.
Okay. I would like you to roll me a D100, please.
Sure.
$46. Okay, so there is a little bit about the drow. There's not a lot. This comes mostly from Frimpy. And you may want to note this down, even if it's just for my sake, so I know, like, it just helps me keep it organized in my head. Mostly, Frimpy's view of the drow has a decidedly negative tint to it. That they are, people that have this society under the earth that is pretty warring, very matriarchal. The differences between, like, the way the sexes are different with the drow. Women tend to be bigger and stronger, and
The sexual dimorphism is noticeable.
thank you. Yes. There is a little bit, like a couple of paragraphs about, Jesus Christ, what's her name?
Loth?
Nope.
Nope.
Ibrundel, thank you. The deity that most of them worship.
Who was also Shar. If I remember correctly.
That part is definitely not in there.
We do know that, though, right?
Yes.
Didn't they have a different name for Shar?
Ebrundle.
Ah.
There is not a ton in there that you don't already know. Maybe some stuff about, like, the sexual dimorphism. And, like, their kind of warring culture is news. And you also note that this is 300 years old? 350 so years old.
I was going to say, I think a little bit of that had come up when Pert either looked at some books or talked with some people, but it's still reinforcement that they've got a history of going to war with people / stuff in the past, so it's not like this is a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any noted figures beyond Ibrundel? Like long-standing families or anything?
I don't think so, just because you rolled below a 50.
It's all good.
It's pretty general information that you're getting here.
Yep. That is very reasonable.
And now you spend 8 hours adding what to the book?
Pert's observations of the poisoned ? Infected ? Illithid clan hive, and the effects that had on what appeared to be a previously at least somewhat stable ecosystem, including things like how the spawning pools existed and what little he could tell from the conversion of other species into a member of the Illithid, because he has very little research that he can go off from, and he doesn't even have a desiccated spawnling to dissect. Oh no, I did get an egg. Oh right, he let me take an egg after he killed it. And then, his dissection of the elder brain tentacle sample. Details like that for some time.
Cool. Anything else anybody wants to do during that first day?
Not the first day, but at some point, yes.
Okay. Maybe now is a good time for me to relay the information that I owe you, Nibbles.
Okay.
So you asked. Does anyone else remember if Nibbles was asking Elias or Wyatt about assassins? Probably not Wyatt.
I really don't remember.
I don't recall.
What, I'm pretty sure he asked to the mafia boss, not the owner of the
Mafia boss, okay.
restaurant.
Well, in that case, Wyatt would have told you about an assassin called the White Rose. And she's a bit of an odd assassin. You basically send her money and say, I want you to kill this person. And then she contacts that person and says, you can double this price that I've been given to kill you, and I will let you live. And if you can't, then I will kill you.
So it's basically letting you override a contract by buying it out?
Yes. But people still go to her because if she's contracted to kill you and you do not pay up, you will die. She has a 100% track record. However, because you asked Wyatt, he did not give you any information on where to find this person or how to contact her.
Did he give any information on what types of weapons she uses?
Wyatt would actually not know all the details. He would know that she's not a sniper. She doesn't use guns. All her victims die very quietly.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
I have no idea what you mean.
Okay.
She says with a giant smile.
Well, we'll revisit that when we get back to the city.
Yeah, you have no information on how to actually find this person.
I feel like Cathanet has figured out what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't, because I'm clueless.
I'm completely lost on what's going on.
I'm considering taking out a contract on myself.
What?
Just to see what happens.
Why?
Oh, come on. That's a challenge right there. 100% success rate? Give me a break.
Yeah,
But
okay.
It's
something. It's useless. It's something that Rizwan will totally do. I can get that. And 5 will totally support it.
Just buy the gems first.
I need to save a damn Roomba, baby.
That's his only comment was just make sure we have the gems ready first.
Nah. We'll figure it out.
Day 2. What's Pert's research topic?
I think due to how overly verbose he is, it would probably still be Illithids for the first half, and then he'd move into the Hellhound's head. So the
No, what are you looking for?
Actually, I just remembered that there was something I wanted Pert to research. Kamail's family history.
Okay. Considering the recent events, Pert will move that to the top of the priority, and we'll look into that today. So he'll start by
family history,
or or you can expand it to the great families of Gargamont.
Yeah, I was going to say I would probably start by simply searching for Kamail's family name, and then if there were no responses, the great families of Carcamont.
Okay. First of all, Cathanid, why don't you tell us what you know about the great families of Carcamont?
They all trace their lineage back to angelic ancestors. They usually claim a patron name, not necessarily linked to their family name.
Question: does that necessarily mean that they are all Aasimar, or no?
That's something Jamie and I haven't really fully discussed. How dominant the Aasimar traits are.
I would say that all of the quote unquote great families are Aasimar. Yes.
Okay, so they're dominant traits. So yes, they would all be Aasimar. Yeah, and they would all claim direct lineage to one of the sort of founding families of Gargamont. Usually linked to, like, in legend, linked to, like, Isaac or one of his companions, which I'm assuming were angels. It's all kind of muddied.
Yeah.
But there's a reason a lot of the Aasimar tend to have angelic names, is because it's just kept in the family. Like, he's probably not the first Kamail of his family line. You know what I mean?
Like the Royals.
Like the Royals.
So there is all of that. How many great families are there, would you say?
We think it's fair, about a dozen?
Yeah, I think that's fine. So Pert does find mention of about a dozen. It seems to, I think they come up a couple of times. Once from Jocelyn Gillespie, which is in volume 1. And then again, I think for a second. Does it make sense? Yeah, and then from Eldred Helmus. They seem to have stayed pretty stable over these hundreds of years. There is not... There is not any direct evidence that they're telling that they are, descendants of angels is true. However, Jocelyn does note that angelic, like, these are the sorts of powers that angelic beings have. Interestingly enough, you fall down a bit of a rabbit hole because Jocelyn talks about another kind of angelic being, the only one that is quote unquote known to be native to this plane, besides like the Aasimar, which is a race of cats, large white cats that only reside in the city of Aquilonia.
Whoa.
Whoa. Remember what we were saying about Aquilonia?
Nibbles types furiously.
David types furiously.
I do.
David types furiously.
At that point, Pert would actually pause in his research to comment on both the Jocelyn's mentions of a lack of direct evidence of celestial inheritance, but the similarity of abilities, and then the rabbit hole on Aquilonia kind of has him go, "Have you heard about this city any?" to Camille.
I don't think he has he?
Check.
I think you might have gotten cut off partially there, Jamie.
Sorry, make a history check. Sorry, I think my Discord settings are still screwed
That's okay.
up
You
from
can't.
last week.
It came out as "let me check." I'm like,
Oh.
nope.
Rings a bell, but...
Anyways, between these two researchers, they definitely talk about the families about a half a dozen different times. So they're clearly a stable force in the world, but not a ton of specific details on any one family.
Well, it's a lead.
Yep, and apparently there's a race of cats in Aquilonia that are the only other known celestial creature that have been identified on the world. They appear to be a natural celestial species.
Oh.
Though they don't give a definition for what a natural celestial species is. Pert adds notes.
She does say that it is not the only natural celestial species, but the only celestial species that is native to the prime material.
I.e., if they're banished, they don't go poof into the high heavens.
That's correct. Or I should say the only one that she knew of that was native to the prime material.
Just to check.
Uh-huh.
Being native to a plane for the purposes of banishment just means you were born there, right?
In traditional cosmology, yes, but you guys have changed that, so...
I think that we should probably stick with that.
Okay, because there are certainly a population of the cats that are living and reproducing and everything in Aquilonia, but I had certainly intended for the species to originate from a different plane.
Okay. Then yeah, I think, it has been a long time.
Yeah, they've been here for thousands of years.
Yeah, so I think now, at least, they are native to this plane.
I'd say it's been like 20, 30 generations at this point.
Yeah.
Assuming they have normal cat lifespans. Or even double cat lifespans.
Probably a little longer than a normal cat.
Okay. And then Pert spends the rest of the day continuing to talk about the Illithid.
Okay, so what we basically learned from that is there might be a lead in Aquilonia as well.
Mm-hmm.
For information about celestial things. In addition to Candlekeep.
Sounds very reasonable so far. I guess what I would say is, yes, Pert continues to write about the Illithid in his side of the giving information, and everyone notices the boat is quieter. Because Pert isn't rambling at somebody who's not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Also because I cast silence every time I can. It's a bit rowdy metal thing.
Yep, the engine continues to be very loud.
Oh, I get the idea of casting silence on the engine.
Don't. No. No, I stop fire. No.
Why?
Because these
Why?
are bad people who will want to learn to use that for nefarious things.
I wouldn't say no to teach someone magic.
No.
Besides, this is kind of advanced. They cannot do it right away.
Just shake my head.
Oof, silence.
Camille's blood pressure rises another 3 points.
One of the crew members
Yep, he's got high blood
fire
pressure today.
on the second day. That silence thing you do. You can't like teach it to us, can you?
Do you know any magic?
No. Nah, we don't really do magic around here.
I mean, you can learn it. Everyone can learn it. But that one specific is not first level.
How much are you willing to pay for it?
Me? Oh, I don't got no money. Boss might be willing to pay for it.
We don't have the time to teach them magic.
Wand of silence.
Oh.
Ooh, I use the wand of background noises to make a dun dun dun.
What? Was that you?
It's a little thing that I got. So I did it. Made it.
Can can I see it?
Oh,
Did you say no?
sure. I say sure in a bad
Oh.
accent.
He takes the wand and points it, and it does a dun dun dun.
Like he does
Not-
it.
Yeah.
Explain the basics.
It takes him like 4 hours to figure it out.
I think Fire is thrilled to have an alumni, and he is very patient.
You teach him how to use the wand of background music. After a couple of days,
Nope.
nope.
That night,
Mm-hmm.
while we are having watch, I will make sure to take watch with Camille.
Okay.
And at some point, just kind of regard him. So, that was interesting.
Eye-opening.
Saw you gripping your sword there pretty tightly when we first met, Trouser Blue.
I mean, it was... I know what you're thinking. And you're right. And there's a reason I didn't jump immediately and start hacking. Because I need to question my instincts. However, if I see a slobbering demon trying to eat my friends or innocents, I will smite it. I think that's fair.
It's all circumstantial, of course, but I don't think it hurts to explore other opportunities before going right to permanent ones.
I agree, but I'm just saying if a snap decision needs to be made, I will make the one I feel is for the greater good.
How do you tell?
When I sense something that's not from here, it's like a sense. It's like a undead is, imagine all of your senses being filled with the sense of putrefaction, of death and decay, right?
Hmm.
So it's just overwhelming, and you are aware of it, and you know exactly what it is and where it is. Fiends are wrong, like a sense of vertigo, like reality is twisted.
But that's not you, right?
No,
That
no, I
comes from your
realize
god.
it's not me. It's through my deity. What are the other things you can sense?
Does Kara sense the same things?
I would assume she might sense something similar, or Anik. I would have to ask them. That is actually something that I should inquire about. Is if it's a universal sense that all of us share, or if it's unique.
I suspect it's not universal, that is.
I mean, there's also spells that allow casters to detect things like that. So it is.
I suspect that the type of righteous certainty I have faced could only come from something like what you describe.
Well, like I've said, since the incident, I'm starting to question things and not have faith, but not have blind faith. Does that make sense?
Just to make sure he's not thinking that she means him when she says righteous certainty, right?
He knows you're talking about the Platinum Army.
Okay.
The Platinum Army is probably arose from good intentions, but after so long has become almost cancerous to itself, in my opinion.
They suffer from a very narrow view, which is pretty solely the responsibility of my family.
Hmm.
But they have not had the occasion to ever question that like you have.
Which is, did I tell you what I questioned the Admiral about when they were in Carcamont after you left?
I don't remember, did you?
I don't know if I did or not.
I don't think so.
I asked her what's the difference between a voracious red dragon and a serial killer. If we judge all red dragons based on the actions of the voracious, man-eating, fire-breathing red dragon, shouldn't we judge all humans based on the actions of a serial killer?
And what did she say?
Jamie, I don't think she really had an answer, did she? Or she tried to sort of hand wave it away?
Her kind of answer to that was power. It is that, in her view, a red dragon has more power to harm and destroy than a single person does.
Kamel asked that to the Admiral of the Platinum Army Fleet.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
She said power, but power. Look at Dahl. He wiped out. He could wipe out a dozen people in less than a minute with his gun. So there's one thing I've learned since traveling with you and our friends is that one should be aware of the complexities of life, and it's not everything is as it seems. Not every good thing is good, and not every evil thing is evil. Sometimes they are as plain as they seem. Other times they're not. It's you have to judge things in the moment, and as I've said before, sometimes you have to pick the sin you can live with.
I certainly don't feel very powerful.
No. You're also much younger than your family, right?
True.
So see how you are in 200, 300 years.
What is your passive insight?
16.
That statement touched a nerve that you did not expect.
In what, like, if you were to describe the expression on her face, or like the micro expression or the micro emotion, concern, fear, anger,
Revulsion, almost?
that's not to say that you'll get worse. You may get better. You may become a strong force for good. No one knows. Only you know.
I don't really know what she says. It's something dismissive, but you get the sense that that is not what the source of that emotion was.
Well, that's what he's reading into it, so.
It was the idea of still being alive in 200 years that got her.
Most of us will still be alive. This is out of character, but everyone except for Zoe will be alive in 200 years.
In the party, sure.
I think it's fair to say after that point they just kind of fall into a comfortable silence.
Yeah, I think so.
Something else Rizwan wants to bring up?
No, I think she feels like she got her point across.
You spend most of your watch enjoying looking at the stars and trying not to think too much about the loud din of the engine chugging along.
I think he just offhanded comments. I miss sailboats.
Out of nowhere, you just hear Zoe yell out, I miss airships.
The next morning, you finally land in Bordred.
Have you ever figured out if they call it board red because it's so boring? Fire asks. To the wind.
The wind does not answer. But
They're friends.
The boat very carefully steers into the little canal that it was parked in originally, and slowly comes to a stop. And you feel a little discombobulated as the sound that you have lived with for 2 days is gone. And one of the sailors starts tying the boat to the side of the canal and looks at you all and says, "Not that it hasn't been fun, but you know, get lost."
Well, get lost to you.
See ya.
Bert
I
politely puts a half gold coin in his hand as he leaves.
half a gold coin?
Yep,
Like
he
you cut
split
a
it
gold
like
coin
5
in half?
silver.
Okay. Oh.
I'm not sure if that's insulting or wanted.
He pockets it.
Sorry,
Y'all can still get lost.
I should have said Pert silently, like sneakily, puts the coin into the guy's hand. So it's a tip that he doesn't share with the others, basically.
Oh, I see. In that case, he just gives you a nod and pockets it.
Now, whether or not the others noticed and might have stabby things to say to him, that's not Pert's problem.
So one day you're gonna give coins to someone who are gonna interpret it that you're paying for something, and you're gonna get something that you didn't want.
Probably.
Nibble's mind flashed forwards to what fire is it going to get up to at night.
I wasn't thinking of that.
As far as I'm aware, we don't have prostitution in this world.
We make with the getting lost.
Yep.
Okay. You are early enough back to Bordred that you can still catch the early train into. Wait, no, that's not true. No, you have to wait a while for that train.
We go get food.
While we're waiting to get food, remind us why we didn't just tree travel there.
Because appearing in the front yard of someone who we haven't talked to yet would be very disturbing to them.
Oh yeah.
The fire
Okay.
made friends with somebody with a tree.
He hasn't visited them yet.
That's the whole date.
Oh.
Got a tree marked on, but don't know who else lives there.
Rizwin would like to wander the city while we wait.
City is generous.
Town, village, hamlet. Rizwin
Yeah.
would like to wander.
Collection of random buildings around a bunch of docks.
I was going to say warehouse district that's not directly connected to a city.
Ooh,
Yeah, it is a lot of warehouses.
I am specifically looking for any graffiti or like signs scratched onto corners of buildings that are evocative of a white rose, and or like places that sell flowers.
Interesting. Make an investigation check. You find a little grocery place that does have a few flowers for sale. None of them are white. There's some like pink daisies and red roses and stuff.
Is there like a person there?
Yeah.
I will ask them if they have any white roses or know where I could find any here or in Innocent.
She looks you up and down. gets kind of an exasperated look on her face, uh, and says, "If you want white roses, you're gonna have to go into Insane. I'm sure you can find some there. But like, maybe don't go asking for them. The kind of the people around here just don't like them, you know."
I'm not from here. What do you mean?
Oh, I can tell. Else you wouldn't be asking for them.
Is it a bad omen or something?
Yeah, kinda.
I do that thing where you stay quiet, hoping that
Mhm.
they keep talking.
Look, if you really got your heart set on them, you can find them in Insane somewhere, I'm sure.
Am I gonna get stabbed for asking?
You might. You look like you can take care of yourself.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. And I flip her a gold.
You sure you don't want some red roses?
Red's not my color. And she walks away.
Confused silence behind you. Alright, some time passes. You
Ooh.
are.
I got a spell that's gonna annoy you.
Oh boy, okay.
I want to scry on my goblet. See what's up to.
Okay. Uh, I have to roll, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you're
Wisdom
rolling
saving.
against the scry.
I'm rolling a wisdom check.
Yes.
But
I'm pretty sure.
we have to calculate though. Can you put the spell in?
Yes, will do.
I feel like we need to make
I
like an
don't
Excel
think
sheet for that.
Maglubia can make this.
Also, I know the him very well, so it gets a -5 on the roll.
Also, it's Magubliet. I doubt he has a very high wisdom.
Honestly, I would argue that he gets a -7 because you could probably ask Pert to make a sketch of him really quick.
Well,
Doesn't matter. You complete your scry on Magubliat. And as your vision kind of zooms in, he is sitting on the ground. It looks like he's trying to like make a fire, like he's putting sticks in a teepee pattern. You see kind of on the edges of your lens, a couple other goblins wandering around. You're pretty sure it's Ick and Zax. Can you hear out of this thing?
I think so.
You can see and hear a particular
Yes.
creature you choose.
Okay. So you just hear him kind of muttering to himself as he's like making this little teepee for a fire.
He's just doing the camping thingy. Okay.
You hear some background sounds. Make a wisdom check. See if you can identify. Oh yeah, this is easy. You hear Zax making arrows. You know the sound very well of the shaving down of the shaft.
Yep.
Because Emma does it a lot.
Yep.
I sleep with that every night.
Yep.
Cool. I mean, they're fine. That's what I wanted to know.
On Pert's side of things, I think he's gone. He's stayed at the restaurant where we had breakfast, lunch, whatever, and he's literally just paid for a pot of tea and is just filling in sketches for everything he's written the last couple of days because he didn't trust his sketching on the boat.
Yeah. Fair.
So he's just sitting there sipping tea for like 6 hours. And anytime the tea gets low, he just puts a silver coin down, gets them to refill it, and goes back to sipping tea.
What kind of
Okay.
tea is per drinking that costs a silver coin?
What's more, I'm taking up a table by myself for 6 hours.
I mean, as long as he's willing to pay, they are happy to keep providing him tea and leaving him alone. Especially for a silver.
Kurt just quietly invents a Starbucks.
Yep. Anything else before
Kurt,
you hop back on
ruining
the
the
train?
economy at one city at a time.
Yeah. I hope you're keeping track of all this silver, David.
Yep, I've got 503 gold, 16 silver, 2 copper, and 118 platinum.
Jesus Christ. I need to rob you guys.
Plus
Like one silver
banknotes.
piece a day is the average wage for like a city constable.
I think the cost of living might be a little higher out here, but still. Anyways, you may each pay 2 silver to get back on the train.
Hey, me tipping 1 silver at a time.
Do so.
And this is for the private carriages?
Yes.
Does anyone remember to come find Pert?
We get
Yes,
the
yes.
extra seat so that we don't have to share one.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we will not home alone, Pert.
I can't remember if I've asked you this before. Is the train ride smooth enough that I could reasonably get jewel crafting done?
No.
Okay.
You asked that, yes, and it was a no.
Look, I don't remember what I did yesterday. So
Is there a lot of clickety clackety?
Yeah. It is quite noisy and it is quite bumpy.
And quite rocky, I assume. Back and forth.
Yeah.
What's better, this or the boat?
Probably the boat. Although this is not
Oh.
quite as loud. And after a few hours, you arrive back in Insane. Please hold while I...
So we just not get sick on the train.
Hey,
Back to the hustle and bustle.
And the
Let's
smell.
say
Ugh.
you have 4 days. 4 days before Camille's appointment.
Okay. My brain has lost the thread of what the appointment was about exactly. Which is understandable given everything that's happened.
Oh yeah, yes. So after you had visited the museum, to try and find anything about like Karkamon's history, angels and stuff, and weren't able to find anything, was one of the museum attendants had mentioned that there was a professor who worked at Fist that was from Karkamon and might maybe be able to help you. So you went to make an appointment with him.
Wait, he's from Karkamon?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was from Karkamon. I thought he just was there for a bit. Okay, cool.
Side note, real quick. Can I assume that stands for First Institute of Science and Technology?
Yes.
What? The comic book nerd in me keeps going, it's evil, it's AIM Laboratories. They're developing super weapons.
So you have 4 days before that appointment. What are you gonna do? And we can just sort of abstract it out.
I'm just looking at crafting.
At some point, I would like to all get you guys in a room with Elias.
I guess that's some of the first thing that we do. What if we say we get that day and we just get the equivalent of home for the day and not do much else. And the next day, we start by meeting with Elias.
Because we're coming in on the late train, right? So it's
Yeah.
night, basically.
Yes.
During that first day, I want to see if we can. I'm going to talk to the other casters about securing some materials for low-level enchanting, like first level,
Like,
because we don't have any anymore.
Catalysts?
Yeah, catalysts.
Yeah, I need something to be enchanted with.
Rizwin will make dust out of any gems that you can get.
What do you want to do first, Jamie? The buying or the Elias?
Let's do the buying first.
Like, I'd like to get enough catalysts for 1 level 1 spell for basically every party member. If anyone wants something else made from one of our spells.
Please hold while I look up the gem cost table.
Yeah.
Because
we all have a bunch of low-level spells that are probably useful.
Yes. As you might imagine, you can buy just about any mundane thing here.
Regardless of how legal they might have been acquired.
Yep.
So you know right away, Jamie, on your calculations and stuff. I'm gonna first and easier. I want to get some sort of wooden token or stone token, very well made to enchant it with a cantrip. And I want to ask Zoe to help me out to see if we can find catalyst for a 6th level spell.
That might be science. Where's the enchanting information?
It should be in the menagerie, I thought.
Yeah, how to enchant an item, hold the enchantment.
Under party loot? Okay.
Yeah, party loot.
Enchanting... Two, 3. Okay. So for level 1 type stuff, I'm gonna ask one of the casters, whoever's leading this, to make an Arcana check with advantage to identify the correct, like, so you can get the cheapest gemstone that will suffice for your desires.
I think we both relate to, or we three relate to Zoe as the one who knows.
I was going to say, if this is a group effort, I would say that we would get the person most familiar with the process to roll. Or to barter, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, give me a moment. Arcane check with advantage?
Yes, please.
Now, to add on to that, persuasion check for discount.
Sure, make me a persuasion check.
That was a bad roll. I really wish I had. I really wish I had David's. Just always 20.
So you do find like a gemstone shop that tends to sell more to jewelry makers than to the public. Especially because you don't need the finished gems, you can get Rizwin to turn them into dust. You managed to find some rose quartz and some moonstone that you think will suffice for first level spells, but won't go beyond that.
Okay.
Because they are, you can get some unfinished ones for 30 GP each.
That's yeah.
It's pretty reasonable.
I'm gonna need the party loot if no one else is doing it.
Yeah, I would say take it out of the group funds.
Okay.
30 times 6.
So 6. What's the name you said?
So there's 4 rose quartz, and then 2 moonstone.
I would just add that under the materials.
Could you repeat it, please?
4 rose quartz.
Yes.
And 2 moonstone.
Moonstones. Okay. I'm editing the party loot, by the way.
Cool.
While we're here, do I assume they probably have jeweler's tools available?
They sure do.
Rizwin is going to have to buy another set.
Oh.
Hers are currently in an alternate dimension.
Oh.
Because you haven't figured out the wrist sprocket thing yet?
Nope. And I won't for 2 levels.
Yeah, it might be a while. Okay. How much are jeweler's tools? I'm on a different. I'm not in PHP here.
You just go with PHP price, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they go all under artisan tools.
25 gold.
Okay.
Jamie, in the vein of just questions about enchanting, have we ever researched how to layer on additional enchantments to something that's already enchanted?
I don't think you have.
I think I have asked that internally, like I know DM with Jamie, and she told me something like it's gonna be really, really, really hard and expensive. I think.
Yeah, I think you're looking at a multiplicative process instead of an additive one.
Right, so like, for instance, Kamel's armor is basically plate armor with the prestidigitation cantrip on to keep it clean.
Yes.
To add on armor of faith or something like that to increase its AC would be a multiplicative process then?
Yeah, it's not just adding the. So like the catalysts and the time would be at least 1 level above the spell that you would want to
right.
add
So
onto it because you're using it. It's
so armor of faith. If I wanted to create a +1 armor, I would cast it at level 2, and it would take 14 days as opposed to 7.
Yeah, and 3rd level materials.
And 3rd level materials. Okay.
But if it already had if it had a 2nd level spell on it and you wanted to put a 3rd level spell on top, you'd be looking at a 6th level material and time.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about that because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is going to be the way we're going to get mundane magical items is by us making them as opposed to finding them.
I mean, you might find some.
Yeah.
I think you saw some in Trevarian's Tower.
Those were made, though.
Yes.
Just not by us.
Yes.
Remember Jamie on the trying to find out for a 6th level spell.
Jamie?
Uh-huh.
Pert looks to see if anyone has written about crafting of magical items.
Oh yeah, there's lots. There's a lot about crafting magical items in here.
Pert puts an index on page C17 and just goes, they've written about what you're talking about a lot if you have questions. I don't understand it, but there's a lot of notes.
I think Zoe needs like a couple months with you on that book.
I don't want her setting it on fire.
If she wants to.
Well, how often does Zoe light things on fire? She blows things up.
I asked it a question wrong and it's lit on fire. I think I angered a god, but still.
Did it actually consume a page, or was it?
Yes, it
Okay.
consumed a page.
I think Pert now, whenever he asks a question of the book, he pauses for like 2 to 5 minutes, trying to think of how to phrase the question, just in case.
So for a 6th level spell, you are looking at Zoe would be able to help you figure this out. You are looking at a really really nice high quality gem of like the highest caliber, so something that is 5,000 GP cut.
Ooh.
Hey, don't we have something like that?
No.
I don't know.
So diamonds would work, although diamonds are useful for other things.
And so let's stick to maybe ruby, sapphires, emeralds.
Sapphires and emeralds are slightly lower quality, but rubies would work. So would like black sapphires.
And is there
And
any in
something
this
called
store?
jacinth, which I have never heard of.
Is it there any in this store?
There's probably. Well, here, let me roll.
How do you spell that, Jamie?
Jacinth.
I think it's a green stone, if I remember correctly.
The book says transparent fiery orange.
Well, then I'm wrong.
It's called. Oh, it's a corundum type of gem, so it's basically like a red sapphire.
Damn, that's pretty.
Yep.
Rizwin has the idea of what if we bought several smaller stones and made like a piece?
That would be good for to infuse into.
Oh yeah, sorry, I thought that's what we were doing.
No, we're buying things to power the enchantment.
Ah, okay.
I look with googly eyes at the whole party. It's like, it's not gonna be for me. It's gonna be one for one of you. Let me do this awesome thing.
Let me.
Yeah.
How much do we have in the bank?
Well, at the same time, I was gonna say we can still save some money by buying the raw gems and having Rizwin cut them.
We have 20. We have 20K in the bank.
What are you planning to do with it? Explain this. Explain your thought process so we can understand the value.
Boy, I have a bunch of ideas. Oh, geez. Ooh.
Give me the elevator pitch, Fire. Come on.
Okay, elevator pitch 1. I can transform someone in an elemental or half elemental on battle and stuff.
You can transform someone into an elemental?
It is using the I won't explain it to the party, but to the DM. I have the investors spell, investor of flame, investor of ice, investor of stone. So they can transform into ice flame stones.
These are your 6th level spells?
Yes.
I'm just pulling out the druid list. See what we
Yes.
have.
This is what Fire Idea has. This is one of them. The other one is like Druid Grove. I can make some place special, and if I can, I don't know, put it in a tarp or something, we can have a movable home, some sort.
Can I just suggest something to the player?
Mm-hmm.
A cornucopia of Heroes Feast?
Oh, that's gonna be expensive and powerful.
But it's all mushrooms.
That's gonna be a lot on both the stuff.
I'm just throwing things out there.
Just a permanent Heroes Feast. Holy shit!
Hey, you guys want to make me really happy?
Mm-hmm.
That last spell you were talking about, not the Heroes Feast, the one before that.
Druid Grove.
We could finally make my portable cart home from years ago.
Oh, I remember that one.
Given how back and forth across the ocean we're going, I don't know if that's going to work.
I know.
Also, I don't know how to, like, honestly, the spell doesn't work like a tiny hut or something like that. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, you are basically enchanting an area for us when we're sleeping. You could make a wand of petrification.
Yeah, or like have a cannon that just shoots sunbeams.
Do what's in your heart. Let me put it. I'm going to leave with that. I'm going to let fire have free reign.
Look, I can have something as broken as something that casts transfer via plants by itself. That could be game changing for the world.
I just hear Chamie groaning in the background as she imagines the bullshit that fire's going to come up with.
Is Jamie okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. You buying one of these things or not? I think that there's one available. They've got an uncut black sapphire.
After this conversation, there's only one.
Yes. I mean, how often do they go through, like, the really big, expensive gems, right?
True.
About once
Okay.
every 12
Go
to
for it,
17
Go for it.
years.
Go for it, Quasta. Go for it. Just
I'm gonna grab one for 5k, you say?
It's gonna be... roll me a persuasion check. They will knock a little bit off the price because it's unfinished.
Did you want me to do it? Because I was the one just talking to them about this stuff.
And can I offer advantage since I know what I'm talking about?
Technically, we said Zoe is the one making the deals.
Yeah, but yes, I think Rizwin can help with that.
yeah. So it'll increase the production time, but it's worth it.
It's better. 4K. They'll give it to you for 4K.
Ooh.
Bet.
And this is uncut?
This is uncut, so you are still gonna have to make some pretty good checks with your jeweler's tools.
Yeah, I'm gonna need all the blesses and enhance abilities.
Fire is giddy. I'm gonna make something very nice.
And then you're gonna turn it into dust.
No.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
The gem has to be worth a certain amount, and then we gotta dust it.
Yeah, you gotta take out the imperfections and stuff. All that stuff's gotta go before it's dusted.
Is there a similar stone, something black that would be suitable for a cantrip?
Like a geode? Black geode?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'd still want something fancy, like a black
No, they have
sapphire
obsidian. They have like a.
Remember, Nibbles, that you need the geode for the energy of the spell. It gets consumed.
I'm looking for something to put a spell into.
Oh, okay, but put a spell into. Okay.
If you want a cantrip, we also need geodes because we're run out of it.
Mm-hmm. You can buy some geodes here. There's not like a ton of them because you can't turn them into jewelry. Like that's a lot of the gems here are going to be sold to jewelers. There is some obsidian. I don't know that you could. I think you could. You could probably get like a nice chunk of onyx to put a spell into.
I don't think that scratches the sparkly itch enough. Even if it's more than just for a cantrip, is there like another sapphire that's just smaller?
Black sapphire? I don't
like a tiny one.
Does Rizwin think there's enough excess on the near perfect one.
Yeah, could I cut a smaller one off that would be suitable?
Since there's an imperfection, meaning that it has to come off anyways.
And you take a little chunk off? Yeah, probably. Is it going to be big enough or nice enough for what you want? That's going to depend on your rolls.
Okay, I mean, I can always try again if I don't roll well enough, I guess.
Yeah.
So you're gonna not buy one extra. Can we buy dudes?
They have a handful available. They're more as like kitschy toys.
Are they good enough for our
Yeah, you
purposes?
can scrape out the crystals inside and use those. That would be fine. There's probably like half a dozen.
Let's buy half a dozen. How much each?
10 gold each.
Okay, 60 gold to you, sir.
I think that's good for our purposes now.
Cool.
Yes. I will commission him, like, if you get things as good as that big gem available later, at some point, I don't know when, we're gonna get back for more.
Okay.
Party loot is updated.
Awesome, thank you.
Fantastic. It's a black sapphire.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we say that was the morning of the first
Yeah.
day?
Yeah. With your morning shopping done.
I'm not done. I need to buy can I find a totem very well made out of wood or stone?
A totem.
I want something to live on the earth, just to be there, like leave it there forever, and it cannot be metal because it needs to be in part with nature. And it's
You can
for
probably find some like really nice stone carvings and like a totem, like
In like
sort
a
of
curio shop?
Yeah, like a squat kind of shape.
Is it a mall with an ice and fire in it?
Yes.
I don't get it.
I mean,
it's a very 90s store that sold like statues of stuff and swords and stuff like that.
I know the kind of store you're talking about.
Yeah.
They also sell like replica swords and.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just for a cantrip enchanting.
Yep.
So how much?
Probably like 10 gold.
Can I buy 3?
Sure.
I buy 3 of them.
Okay. They are of different animals. I think one's a bear. I don't know, what are the others?
Bobcat.
One's a bobcat.
One's an owlbear.
One's an owlbear.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more shopping?
Not for me.
I mean, technically yes, but that's not the purpose of it.
Okay. So for the afternoon, you decide to go back to Hell's Poppin' to visit Elias.
Yes.
And when you walk through the bar, he is waxing tables and opens his arms wide as you walk in. You're back!
Hello.
Let me get you a round of drinks. We'll talk about it. He comes back with drinks for everybody, non-alcoholic for those that want them.
Does Zoe get a chocolate milk?
I think you get a milk.
Zoe uses prestidigitation to make it taste like chocolate.
Okay. So how'd it go?
Interesting.
We
Pert's
visited the
quietly
forest
scribbling
island
in his
too.
book.
Sorry, I didn't get either of what you two said.
I said interesting. Guasta
Yes.
said.
I said we visit the forest island too.
Pert said.
Pert is scribbling silently in his book.
Okay.
He's sketching Elias.
You, went to the island?
Very briefly.
Ah. Well, good job on staying alive, I guess.
We're pretty hard to kill.
Uh-huh. So did you, find the answers you were looking for?
Yes and no.
We found answers to more questions. Or questions that led to...
I don't know if we found any of the answers we were looking for. We found some other answers, though. Looks over at Pert's book.
You, find a new book at the bottom of the ocean?
Key for the lock.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How often do you do that?
No kidding.
Also, we made friends.
You made friends at the bottom of the I don't know why I'm asking.
This may be a case of the less you know, the better. Considering some of the players who were involved. Sorry. It's okay.
Big mood.
I got a potentially stupid question for you. We were over in Fordred, as you know.
Uh-huh.
And I just had it on a whim to get some flowers. And when I asked the person for a white rose, she got real squirrely. You know anything about that?
Fucking D20. He narrows his eyes at you a little bit.
I give him a too innocent grin.
Make a deception check.
I'm not trying to deceive him. Well,
make it anyways.
I guess the original statement was trying to deceive him, but when he narrows his eyes, I would drop the pretense.
Okay.
You still want to
Yeah,
roll?
people don't give out white roses to others around here. Unless you really hate them.
I gathered that much. I was more curious as to why.
Well, if you got a lot of money and not a lot of sense, you could potentially hire someone to go kill an enemy of yours. And the white rose is a symbol of that.
Oh, okay, so it's just directly related. I see.
Why no sense on doing that?
Yeah, I kind of raised my eyebrow at Rizwan.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
My question was to Elias, why if you had no sense, you do that? Is it bad idea?
I don't think it's great. You put out a hit on somebody, if somebody traces it back to you, well...
I mean, of course, the whole concept is not good. I thought something different. Don't mind me.
Hypothetically, she says in a voice that means not at all hypothetically.
Uh-huh.
How would one get in touch with her?
Hypothetically, I wouldn't know. He's giving you a look.
2 gold on the table. Hypothetically.
Zoe stares at Rizwan.
I think a lot of us are staring at Rizwan.
Pert is busy dueling.
What does hypothetically means?
Pert gives the etymology of hypothetically while continuing to doodle.
Look, Rizwan, I like you. I like your spunk. I don't want to do anything that's gonna get you hurt. And you lot have shown yourselves to be very capable individuals. Maybe don't push your luck.
Is she dangerous to hire?
At least she seems dangerous to be involved with. I mean, Elias has been good with us so far, so maybe we can trust on his advice.
Can be, yeah. I assume you know how she works.
Yeah.
Well, if you get somebody contacting you saying, hey, there's been a hit put out on you, pay up or I'm gonna kill you, you're gonna start thinking, who would pay that much money to have me killed? Maybe I better kill him first.
I don't necessarily want to kill anybody.
Well, you want to take her out to dinner or something?
It would be a start.
Oh.
Listen. We're hunting. Well, you know who we're hunting. Seems like talking to the competition might be a good place to start.
Pert actually puts his pen down. That's a valid concern.
I'd pay for her time.
If nothing
Seems
else, she'd be
reasonable to me.
aware of times that the two of them have come into conflict over a job.
So you want to interview another assassin about an assassin?
You
In a
know,
manner of speaking.
honestly, it makes sense. If
All right.
if he got some unfair advantage at some point, maybe she wants to not have that advantage anymore.
Elias looks at Zoe.
So he looks back at Elias.
Are you okay with this?
Not overly, but you know, sometimes I have to just go with Rizwan's ideas.
Well, against my better judgment, he goes up to the bar, grabs a slip of paper, and writes down an address to give to you. And it is, he tells you that this is a mail delivery service. You're gonna put the money and the instructions in a package, and you're gonna address it to some throwaway name. I don't have anything off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know how she's gonna react to wanting to have someone talk to her. From what I understand, like, the lowest she'll respond is like 5,000 gold.
Oof.
But their money.
I'm not gonna pay 5,000, but we'll see what happens.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Pert hands Elias a sketch.
Damn, you're pretty good.
No, you're pretty.
Huh?
Pert appreciates aesthetic.
Well, that's not something I hear very often. Thank you.
Have you ever seen a tiefling blush?
I mean, you couldn't tell.
You've seen Zoe do it.
He's bright red.
Yeah, I was gonna say
already.
Zoe's more Homo sapien
No.
colored.
My response to that was, "You've seen you've seen a tiefling blush. Maybe not this one."
Yeah.
Jamie Pert also did an entry on Elias while he was sketching.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So now that you apparently have your answer, now what?
Wrap up a couple things here and then on to the next.
Should we talk to Wyatt, like to say thanks and stuff, to close contract stuff? I don't know.
I assume the business transaction is concluded, looking at what's his name?
Unless they have concerns or questions, I think they'll contact us when they're interested. Otherwise, we need to leave them alone so we don't give away their operation.
Understood.
Am I reading that right, Jamie?
Yep. Blue guy's got us spot on. So you're gonna be leaving soon, huh?
That's the schedule.
I don't know where. But we got some stuff to do here first, right? Kamel has some sort of appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a friend to get to visit. Trees to mate.
Trees to mate?
To meet.
It's okay, I heard mate too.
Okay.
I thought they did those by themselves.
Well, despite the extra excitement, I'll be sad to see you go.
Well, we won't leave without stopping by.
How about you stop by every night? Free drinks.
Can't argue with that.
Not too many free drinks.
But milk.
You can have all the free milk you want.
Zoe beams.
Okay, so you have a couple more days before the meeting. I'm actually gonna start because as you are leaving the bar that afternoon, Elias stops Zoe and asks if she would like to go see one of the moving pictures.
Mm.
He has just saw it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of trying to figure out if Zoe'd be like, "Oh, you want us to go see the movie pictures with you?" I think Zoe's not that clueless.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay. So the next afternoon, you and Elias go see Jaws 3.
Right.
There's a little lineup for tickets, and you just blow straight past it, following Elias. Like he just, waves at the bouncer, shows some tickets, and you're in. And you get to see a sort of proto movie that is a la nature documentary.
Oh, do they have the one with the train driving directly at the screen?
I've made
Nope,
that
they
reference already.
it's just Jaws. It's just animals eating things.
So
No,
is this like 3 frames per second type of deal, or with music overlaid and
Yeah,
weird?
basically. A really early movie.
they have a pianist on the room.
Oh yeah, they probably do. They have their own in-house pianist.
Ooh, or is it one of those organs?
Probably a pianist.
Uh-huh.
And the piano's slightly out of tune.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do a sisterly insight check on Elias? Is this more of a friendly or otherwise request? If I'm aware of it, I guess.
That's up to Zoe.
I assume at some point Zoe will be like, "Yeah, going out to see one of the moving pictures with Elias."
You can make an insight disadvantage because Elias isn't there when Zoe tells you. I mean, he seemed pretty bummed about you guys leaving.
How old is Elias?
I got the impression he was in like his 30s.
No, he's older.
Oh, okay.
I know what you guys are thinking. I'm pretty sure this is Elias taking it, one wanting to be around somebody like himself, and 2 probably a lot more father figure-ish.
Yeah, that's
I wasn't
basically what
aware
I
how
was
old he was at first.
wondering if it was more fatherly-ish or otherwise.
I think Zoe definitely gets the feeling it's more fatherish.
Okay.
Bad Guasta. Bite your tongue.
Also, something I would have done and forgot to bring it up because, dear God, am I sleepy today? Was there any diamonds for sale at that jewelry store we were at?
Yes, there was. Diamonds are not in quite so short of supply here as they are on Sheras.
As I say, make sure everyone who can do Revivify has a set is probably smart.
Yeah, I don't think we have a set right now.
No, I thought we had. Well, I thought no, because Kara replaced the set we used for the kid.
Yeah, okay.
Does Fire still have a set of reincarnation?
I think so.
Let me see. Why are we asking
used up
this?
one.
We're just making sure everyone who can raise the dead will be able to.
I don't have any. I have it. I spend it at the boat.
Yes, that's what I was checking. How much do you need?
I think it's 1,000 gold worth of incense.
Pert, at some point during this day, just shows up and gives you the supplies.
Oh yeah. I guess I needed this one. Thank you. Did
It's
you
like
pay
a
for it?
literal, like a giant box full of incense.
So
Pert
oils and
doesn't
stuff.
say why he did that, but I think the players all know why.
No.
No.
Just to check, I don't know if we necessarily need the reagents for reincarnate on fire, but we should have revivify on fire.
I don't got Revivify.
You know?
No, the only people who can cast Revivify are myself, Zoe, and I'm not sure if Amma has it or not. I know it is a ranger spell, I just don't know if it's one that Amma took.
For clarity,
I don't
for
have access to it yet.
You should. It's a 3rd level spell.
I didn't think
I
Rangers got Revivify.
Don't think so.
It's
Yep, they do.
listed as optional or variant for druid and ranger in Tasha's.
I don't like Tasha's changes, so I don't follow those rules.
No, it's under, like if I look in 5e tools, it's under PHB.
Well, the spell is.
The spell is added to the ranger list in
It is
Tasha's.
not. It is not on the ranger list in my 5e physical book.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Which is why I don't have it, because it wasn't in the list when I was adding spells last.
Yeah. So they do have some. There are 2 100 GP diamonds, and there were 3 300 GP diamonds.
Which is raised dead.
No, that's revivify.
That's Revivify.
Right.
Raised
dead
dead
is 500. Yeah.
That's what.
So I think the answer is we buy them all.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what Lycra blew on.
I'll take 300 for one set out of my personal funds.
David, do you spend the money for the reincarnate?
Yep, I spent 100 platinum.
Okay, cool.
There, Chamey, I'm below 1,000 gold on me.
Chipping away at it.
Oh my god.
1 times real 5 diamonds.
We got greater restorations diamonds?
Who can cast Greater Restoration?
I do. That's worth at least 100 GB of diamonds.
We can have Nibbles crush the diamonds.
Yeah, I say we hold on to the diamonds unless there's diamond dust around. We should just hold on to the diamonds in diamond form until.
I have 2 shots of it already, so it's when we run out, we can talk about it.
2's pretty good, I think.
We're also mechanically, and I don't want to metagame too much. We're 2 levels off of me having Greater Restoration at will 5 times a day.
What?
Yeah. Welcome to Cleansing Touch.
That's not part of Land Hands.
Nope.
Okay, so are you buying all of the diamonds?
Yes.
Okay. Cathana took 1.
Yep.
And then Zoe's getting the rest?
I guess so, unless somebody else takes them, wants them.
Yeah, because it's... So Kamale has 1 300, and then there's 2 300s and 2 100s left. Right?
Yes.
So that's 2 Revivifies or a Revivify and a Raised Dead.
Who has Raised Dead?
Raised Dead is 5th level spell.
I thought Zoe would had it or will have it eventually.
We'll both have it eventually.
Reminder, warlock spells are shite.
So
I'll have it at level...
Okay.
something or other.
So What if we put the 2 300s on Zoe and 1 300 and the 2 100s on Camille?
Sure.
Just in case.
I took the money out of this party loot because I don't carry that much cash on me.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we could rewind for a moment, that same evening of the first evening, or, well, I guess the second evening, I'm going to go send a letter.
Okay.
And clarify for me, I send the money with the letter?
Yes.
All right, I will. When I get there, I'm not meeting with a person, right? It's just like a dead drop.
Yeah, there's like a little after hours box that you can slide your mail in.
Okay. I will send you the text of the letter.
Okay.
And I'm sending 250 gold.
Okay, is there anything else? Do you guys want to go day by day, or do you want to go person by person?
I guess whatever works best for you and how you got the narrative flow written down for your notes.
Then let's go person by person.
What if we take a break, though?
Yeah, quick pee and tea break. Yeah, so 5-minute tea break.
Okay.
P and T.
I gotta go boil water, so it depends how fast my kettle is. I'll be right back.
Back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Having cake.
Cake.
And I wanted
Leftover
to
birthday cake?
second one. Yesterday a friend come over and bring more cake.
I was like, you went out and got a second cake for your birthday?
Yeah. Got 3 cakes.
That's a lot of cake.
Got one on Saturday with all my friends. That one I bought. They bought me one on the office on Tuesday. And a friend come by yesterday and got me another cake. Something like this. I don't know. Do you got? How do you say it's lucuma? The fruit?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Apricot?
Google Translate doesn't give me anything.
Maybe a pitcher?
Oh, apparently it's only from around here. I'm looking. Yeah, it's lucuma. It's. I didn't know that. I thought it was more.
I've never heard of it.
This fruit. Huh. I never thought it was just something local.
That looks like an avocado to me.
Yeah, it doesn't taste like avocado.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Never heard of it. I'll be right back.
So I've either made a really clever decision here or a really stupid one.
I gotta lean towards the other, the second answer, considering what you've been up to lately.
Oh, it's worse or better. Because I'm not about to send this woman 5,000 gold. So, in order to get her attention, I dropped Alex's name in the letter.
Why? Why Alex will be involved in that?
I'm not going to admit that I'm a dragon. I'm just the emissary of one.
Okay, I'm back.
So, Chamie, how stupid is my decision?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Stirring that pot.
Yep. Is everybody back?
I'm gonna go with the answer is no.
Oh, actually, I'm not back. I need to run and grab my tea real quick.
This was the other cake, the cake that I bought, but I can't find a slice picture. It's like bitter chocolate and cream inside. Chocolate cream and stuff.
Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh.
Back.
It looks like a chocolate coconut covered.
Looks like
snack.
a chocolate. Looks like a chocolate afro.
It does, yeah.
Oh, number we were waiting for?
Nibbles.
Ah, right.
I also haven't heard from David, so.
Mock. I might have said that while you were talking, though, so that's why you probably didn't hear.
Elgar.
No, there's no picture of this cake in the internet.
I want a cake.
I'm just in love with that Melis chibi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm annoyed. I got a $50 Visa or MasterCard gift card from my aunt, and I can't use it for food.
What?
She ordered you to not use it for food?
No. Like, if I go and skip the dishes or DoorDash, I cannot use it to pay for food.
Oh,
Did
yeah,
you-
some of those are locked down to not being used on electronic services.
I'm back.
Yeah, it's
Did you go
activated
on
and everything. Yeah.
Okay. I have some gift cards, or some Visa cards that can't be used outside of Mississauga.
Wow.
That's dumb.
They were put out by the Mississauga Tourism Board.
Oh.
How does
Okay,
it?
I can understand that.
I don't even know how it would tell the difference between Mississauga and Burlington, Oakville, Hamilton, like that whole corridor.
I tried to use them in Alberta.
Okay, that's a little more understandable. It's not the same area code.
What is DoorDash?
It's a food delivery service, third party,
Ah, like Uber Eats.
like Uber Eats.
At least in the States, I think DoorDash was first.
I don't know. Skip was the first one I saw, but I don't think it's the first.
The first one in Ontario was Just Eat, which was bought up by Skip the Dishes.
But I do
Hey.
prefer to use Skip because it's Canadian.
Yeah. Anyways, everybody is back, correct?
I believe so.
Did we get a meow?
I'm in here.
Here we go.
Okay. In that case, we're gonna go person by person for the next 2 days, I guess. So, Zoe, got to go see Jaws 3 with Elias. And at the end of that, Elias would ask you if there's anything else Zoe really wants to see in the city before she leaves.
Zoe's unsure and asks if there's anything she should make sure she sees.
Well, you've been to the carnival.
Several times, yes.
You've been to the airship.
That was the reason to go to the carnival, yes.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else you need to see.
Went to the museum.
Mm-hmm. Drawing up a blank. But I'm sure that, like, there's gotta be tourist attractions in a place like this.
Is there the world's largest something?
Is there a library?
Yeah.
Oh, Jamie, it's like in Toronto, the world's largest bookstore.
I don't think Innocent can boast to having the world's largest library, but there is a nice library that is open to at least residents that Elias can take you to.
I think Aquilonia would take Insane out back with a baseball bat if they tried to have the largest library.
I'm going to say the city would claim to have the largest library.
Okay, that's a good point, actually, Ty.
I mean, New York thinks they invented pizza, so...
Yeah.
And this is New York. God, I went to visit New York, and people are like, "Oh yeah, you gotta fold your pizza like a New Yorker." I'm like, dude, everywhere folds your fucking pizza like this.
My pizza's too thick to fold.
Well, I mean, except for Chicago.
Well, now I want pizza.
So Elias takes you to the library.
Not sure what Zoe's looking for, but you know, she just likes getting lost in books.
Yeah.
She's got probably access to a better facility than this library has at this point, but she looks to see if her friends' books are there.
I think some of them are, yes.
It's like it's like a volume or two behind.
Yeah.
She'll have to send Vanya a message being like, "Oh, this library needs your books. You should reach out to them to get them to order them." And then she also goes up to the library and be like, "Oh, hey, where's the fourth book in this series?"
I think it's probably out.
Well, the Dewey Decimal System was just said if it had it or not.
Oh, then yes, the library has it. It's just out right now.
Oh, okay.
I think over the course of the day, you notice that, like, the stares you get when you walk down the street, like, everyone's looking at Elias. Everyone makes a very wide berth away from Elias. Nobody, at least right now, nobody's looking at you.
It's sort of like if she stopped and had a conversation with, like, if they as a group stopped and had a conversation, eventually they notice that Zoe also has her horns.
Yeah. But just walking down the street, like, you know, the first time you were here and people were like bumping shoulders and it was really tight, it is like a 20-foot sphere around you guys where people are just like, nope, walking around.
I think Zoe feels comfortable and happy.
He certainly doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't seem bothered by it.
It's just so it's like a nice vacation where she isn't the center of attention.
Mm-hmm. He is very lost in the library, but, you know, shows interest in whatever you are looking for. Whatever you pick up.
He's not really a reader.
No.
Did Zoe ever share the story of the sisters with him?
I don't know that you did.
I don't think so. At some point, you know, probably in the library, she'll start telling this. She'll have story time with Elias and see if she can't attract other people to listen in as well as she slowly works at continuing the spread of the story of the sisters.
Sure. Make a perception check, actually. While you were telling the story, it does just seem to be you and him. You know, anytime somebody comes down this stack, they took one look at Elias and go to the next one. But you do notice towards the end of your story that there's a couple of people who are like, you can see their eyes in the stack next to you. They just seem to be quietly listening to your story. Hidden from view behind a bunch of books.
Based off Zoe's persuasion, I assume she has a pretty good voice at public speaking.
Mm-hmm. You know how to enunciate properly.
Yeah, unlike me.
It is enunciating.
speaking clearly, so that you can be understood as opposed to mumbling and.
Just going to tongue in your chest and understand people.
Was
I feel
w-
very attacked.
Whereas Pert
What's-
comes from the other end and uses words like enunciate in casual conversation, and so he's not understandable for a totally different reason.
But yeah, you have a nice day hanging out with Elias. Is there anything else you want to do while you're here? When you have one more day of nothing?
As a group, do we want to meet up with the other book holder?
I think that's something we can. Let's get the individual stuff out of the way first, and we can decide on that because we can always time travel, right?
Are you asking the players or the characters?
Players and characters.
Nibble says yes. Rizwin says we can do that.
Pert says yes. David says yes. Pert left a message in the book that was essentially his own biography, just in case the other author took note.
I don't know how this will benefit us, but I think it could be fun.
I'm fine with it either way.
So the reason I was asking now is because it's going to be a dream to try and get in contact with him. Or attempt a dream to get in contact with him. I think she'll ask Pert to come along. So how do you want to do this, Jamie? Like, would you like to wait for later or do it now?
You can't ask Pert to come along. Like, it's either going to be you and him or Pert and him.
That's right. I don't know why I thought. I don't think she's done Pert on his own. So one night when people should be asleep, Zoe will use her dream spell to try and get in contact with them.
Okay. I just need a couple minutes to think.
Do you want to come back to us later?
No. I want to do this now.
Must get out of brain now.
Actually, a minute to consider some things.
Feel free to drag me down if you need anything answered.
Yeah. I just need to message Nibble something real quick.
Well, while they're doing that, I'm gonna complain. I'm less than 100 episodes of catching up with One Piece.
Oh no.
How many episodes are you averaging a day?
Everything is hard. Around 3. Because
Ooh.
there's a lot of days that I do nothing, and then some days that I marathon it for hours.
That is still impressive. I appreciate your dedication.
I don't want to start on anything huge right now because moving in 2 months.
Are you moving then?
I have to.
Mm.
I'm gonna be staying with some friends for a while until I figure things out.
Mm-hmm.
Hamilton.
Yeah. So you dream this person that you met on the airship. Where do you try to appear?
Same place Zoe always appears. The kitchen at her house so she can make tea for them.
Okay. I would like you to make me a wisdom check, please.
I would like to have something different. I would like to have 2 monitors so I could keep my freaking things open.
Okay. So you cast the dream and you fall into a trance. You find yourself in your family home, in your kitchen,
Yep.
and immediately you see this man appear beside you. Make a perception check. Okay, I will just remember that. He appears to you as you remember him. In a darker, like medium brown skin, short dark hair, pretty nondescript. He looks around your kitchen, looks at you. Oh, hello.
Good evening, sir. I do apologize for dragging you out of your slumber to have this meeting. I recently became aware that you have a book in.
He kind of leans back on the counter.
That you have a book in your brain. Come up with word.
Possession.
Possession. Yes, I was coming up with presence, and I'm like, that's not it. In your possession, that has a lot of information.
You mean this? He shows you a book that kind of like is blinking in and out of existence. How do you know about this?
I know somebody else who has another book similar to it. And all the names are in there of who currently holds them. And I recognized yours.
He looks at the book that's in his hands, kind of blinking in and out, and you see him mouth the word bitch and tuck it back on his belt.
Was that directed at Zoe?
No, it seemed to be directed towards the book.
I was wondering what you know of those books.
He shrugs. There are 4 of them, and they have a lot of knowledge written by previous owners. What else is there to know?
So as far as this guy was aware, all the other three were inactive, or does he not? Was he not aware that?
Make an insight. He definitely seemed a bit surprised to hear that one of your friends had a book.
Is there anything special to using the book, or is it mostly straightforward?
I think your friend will find it quite straightforward.
Do you know where the books originally came from?
He crosses his arms. Yes.
And are you willing to share that information?
Look, kid. I don't want to say too much. Well, or do I? I suppose I can answer that. They came from Ayun.
Is there a reason you wouldn't want to say too much?
He can get bitchy.
The book?
Ayun. She always wants people to figure things out for themselves. Self-discovery and blah blah blah.
But what's the point of having a book with all the knowledge if self-discovery is the point of things?
Well, she understands that there's only so much one person can do in a lifetime. Scientific knowledge is built off of the work that came before you, and so on and so forth.
The cumulative case.
Are you in... Are you in the service of Ayun?
I suppose you could say that. Ayun has a particular relationship with my family. I'm sorry. I do occasional favors for her, in addition to being granted one of these books to record the things I find, such and such.
Does she grant you other favors?
Favors, no.
So you're not her cleric or paladin?
Oh, no. No, no, no.
Didn't know gods had relationships with people who aren't their clerics or paladins. So he realizes she's literally met two gods and thinks to herself for a moment.
Oh, that's me.
What?
She thinks to herself, oh, that's me. She has a relationship with her. Anyway.
I mean, she doesn't get a fancy magical book out of it.
No, she got a fancy magical armband ring bracelet thingy.
That does not come from the sisters.
That comes from
Oh,
the
true.
patron. Yeah.
And as far as I'm aware, that patron is not a god.
Is there anything else you'd like to know?
Would you like a cookie, a snack, or a cup of tea?
No, thank you.
Well, I don't think there's anything I can offer to you. I do think these information is a two-way street. Do you have any questions for me?
This friend of yours that has this other book, what's he like?
He has a thirst for information that can be downright annoying at some points.
He shrugs. I suppose that's par for the course. You talk to your, he points at the sky. Yet?
I do have to wonder, if you serve Ayun, how do you know about that?
He and Ioun have a special relationship. And that's all I'm gonna say on the subject, lest she strike me down or some shit.
If you can't tell me more about her, can you tell me more about him?
I don't know a lot. I know that he's been there for a while, and he is. How do I put this? Doing much better than he was. But he's still kind of a mopey bastard.
Do you know anything he might need?
I can think of a few things, yes.
Zoe makes the go on hand motion.
He does the like kind of struggling for words hand motions and look, kid. I have stepped on the wrong toes enough in my life. I don't want to get too involved in your and his relationship. That's for you to figure out.
Come now, can't hurt to step on one more toe if you've stepped on so many already.
Make a persuasion check.
What about one more toe?
Okay, fine. I don't know a lot. But I know he's been stuck there for a long time. And I think what he wants is to make things better. I don't think that's what he needs, though. Your patron is a very broken individual who has been through a lot of shit, from what I understand. And I think he kind of looks you up and down. He latched on to you because he wanted someone that he thought was an unapologetically good person. Are you that? I don't know. I don't know you. But he seems to be really stuck to the idea that you are. I don't think that's particularly healthy, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, I tried to do my best.
Don't let him bully you too much. Just go be yourself out in the world, and if that's not enough for him, so be it.
Where are you stuck? Was that where he's from originally?
That's question I don't know the answer to. You know, despite for being a god of knowledge, Ayun is occasionally very cagey with answers. Anything else you want to know?
Any way to get in contact with Ayun?
Yeah, go visit her.
Where?
Mm, I don't actually know. I usually dream. It's not a pleasant experience, but it works. But if she doesn't want to have that contact happen, then you gotta physically go to her. Where that is, I don't know.
I wonder if just knowing that the concept of Ayun exists is enough to dream her.
Well, you can certainly try.
This is true. Out of character, somebody remind me to do that later.
You could try to dream all the gods.
I'd keep it to 2 minutes or less, though.
Will the coin help?
A little bit.
Good to know. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I definitely owe you one.
Yeah, you do. Where is this exactly?
This is my kitchen. I always know there's tea and something tasty here. It's hard to tell what it is. It's just tasty.
Oh, like looking out a window. In.
It's always not hidden very well where she's from, so she'll say it.
I would.
Podcaster.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, I don't imagine the kitchen of the big mansion has a window to look outside to the street.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
No, there's probably a window that looks out in the back.
Well, I've been here a long time. Maybe I'll go wander around a bit. Hey, he points at you as he's like kind of walking towards the door. Don't make a habit of this. I don't know
You're
what
not.
you and your friends are involved in. It's none of my business.
Well, if you want to go for a walkabout, I can't exactly let the dream slip.
I was already here. He smiles. You're not the only one who can do this.
But you're definitely asleep. Otherwise, I couldn't drag you into my dreams.
Yeah. And he walks out the door. And as he walks out, with your 19 perception, you see his body start to flicker a little bit. And you think you see, like, as he's walking out, you think you see a tail.
Is this a tail type that Zoe would recognize?
It's a tail that looks a bit like looks kind of striped, maybe orange and black.
Fluffy?
Maybe. Hard to tell. But he walks out of your kitchen and you are alone.
So he reaches into the cupboard that always has the snacks and eats and pulls something out that I assume tastes like banana bread, muffins, cookies,
Mm-hmm.
everything all at once,
Mm-hmm.
and then lets the dream slip.
Okay.
Out of character. Hey, Nibbles, was that a dragon?
I'm not aware of any dragons that have orange and black stripy tails.
Was that a kitty?
Tiger, maybe.
Anyways, who's next?
Whoever you want to be next.
Nibbles.
Hello. Unless something happens, Rizwin is just going to be planning her cuts on the big expensive thing.
Okay. You want to make me some rolls for that?
Yes, I
Or
do.
you just okay?
Fire and Zoe, can I have your assistance?
I can offer you guidance.
And does Kumail do bless?
He can.
And can
Bless
fire?
is for attack rolls and saving throws only.
Yeah, you're right. And is fire willing to help with a fox's cunning?
What? What
Or
do you
whatever?
say?
Rizwin wants brain help for planning diamond cut rolls.
I do wish you can do. Ooh, brain. It actually helps.
So I guess the first roll I want to do is to determine how many other rolls I should make. Like how many, because I get +5 per roll.
Yeah.
Duh.
So you're
I
setting
think
the,
you
the
can-
baseline?
Yeah, like how many rolls is it going to take to actually do the cuts?
Right. This is for the big one.
Yes.
What do you think is reasonable?
3
still?
I was going to say 1 per 1,000 gold.
I think that's fair.
Okay. And if I'm dedicating all of the day to it unless something happens, can I make all of those now?
All of the roll checks or all the planning checks?
All of the planning checks, yes.
I feel like I don't really know anything about gem cutting. It strikes me as you would have to do planning, cut, planning, cut, planning, cut. Because things are going to change as you go, right?
I think it's anything like any craft, like carpentry or masonry or metalworking. You plan 20 times, cut once.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a need to reevaluate as you go, but I think you want to do all your planning first.
Okay, then yes, you can do all your planning in one day.
Okay,
That's
so I turn on advantage. turn on guidance, and I make 5 jeweler's tools rolls with wisdom, right?
I don't remember what I said before. Fox's cunning is intelligence.
Well, they're both +1, so.
I feel like this is an intelligence roll.
Okay.
$26. I think that's gonna pass. I think that will pass. 17. That passes. Oh yeah, you're fine. Yeah, I think 20 is the baseline for this.
Whee!
Fantastic.
As a sub thought, Jamie, does this mean that he's definitely figured out a chunk large enough for his side cantrip piece?
Yes. I will say yes.
So I will describe that. It's going to be...
I don't think it can be bigger than, like, pinky fingernail sized.
Can we say it can't be bigger than pinky nail volume? Because I want a large but very thin piece.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
So if you imagine like a large princess cut diamond, she has planned a way to just take a slice right off the top of it.
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay, so you can add that +5 to every roll that you make. That's it for your 2 days?
Unless you're willing to let me make more rolls or something happens.
Okay, that's it for your 2 days. Let's go to Cathanid. What would you like to do the 2 days before your appointment day?
Well, I'm assuming since we talked about it, we set up a place to, whether it's the trade enclave or something in the same, to get messages. I'll check in on those, and other than that, I think he's just kind of wandering the town to see what's what.
Okay. There is a letter waiting for you.
Okay, I will take the letter and read it.
Okay. The letter reads thus. Dearest brother, I hope your travels in Leda have led you to some answers. I am writing to tell you that the armor you had left in my care has unfortunately been stolen. We do not know by whom, but I can only guess that the children came after it a second time. We are working to track it down as I write this to you. I deeply apologize for not taking better care and breaking your trust in me. Kara.
Okay. I will take time to write out a letter, which I'll get to you at some point.
Okay.
Just because I don't have it formulated in my head yet.
Yeah.
And I guess at the evening meetup, I'll pass that information on to the group.
Kara wrote.
Just as a reminder, this is the armor from the bottom of the sea that the head was missing from. Is that correct?
The angelic armor, yeah. The stuff that was too big.
No, the head was there. A little imp creature tried to run off with it, and Pert had to chase it down.
That hurt a lot.
Okay, so we did have the entire set.
Yes. You may remember this from the epilogue I did before Christmas.
We do.
Ooh, tell Kara I say hi. No, Barry, you don't. No, don't say anything. But oh, geez, I don't know.
Narrows his eyes at fire.
Said nothing.
Okay. Anything else?
Assuming it's not quite time for the meeting yet, right?
Not yet.
I think just wandering around the city, just being present, thinking about the past couple days and
Mhm.
how his views have changed. Occasionally praying for contact more than guidance or anything. Like it's like we need to talk. Where
Mhm.
are you? Give me a sign as to where to go. You bastard. So I don't know if you want me to make a roll or anything, or just
Not not just yet.
okay.
David,
Yo.
does Pert have anything to do besides writing the book?
So, is there an extensive part in the book on airships or the moving pictures?
No, there is a couple of entries by Aoife Monry about the moving pictures. There's a couple entries about the airships from a few years ago from Aoife Monry as well.
But is it like on the mechanical side or just on the observational side?
On the observational side.
Then I think what Pert will do is he will attempt to insinuate. Actually, I think he'll go back to the bar, ask if he knows any engineers, and if not, then attempt to insinuate himself in with an engineer. Do you want a luck check or something?
So I think, yeah, I think if you come to the bar at like the evening hour when there's a bunch of people there, Elias introduces you to somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy who builds some parts for an airship.
And Pert will just go in, not, the fawning student, but the person wanting to just know everything that person's willing to tell, and will buy drinks until that person passes out.
I mean, the person you're talking to in the bar doesn't know shit. He knows a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah.
But you can he can set you up with a meeting with this person. It is going to cost you probably a couple gold.
Sure. 3 maybe?
Sure. So you can spend a day, or maybe not a day, but like half a day, shadowing this guy as he makes airship parts and just talks to you about some of the intricacies and like how things work, and there's some stuff he doesn't know. Like he's not an engine guy. He like manufactures the skeleton of the thing.
Yeah. But even that is one piece of the pie. And so Pert will be very detailed in his notes into the book about the makeup, skeleton, structural frame, support, struts, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Basically, he's got, maybe a quarter of an airframe, of a airship building blueprint built at this point.
Okay.
Then on that night, now that he's entered sufficient information, he wants to know what the book knows about the white trees.
The book knows nothing.
Pert pulls an all-nighter and tells the book about the white trees.
Okay.
Oh my.
You're gonna get so much exhaustion from that book.
So
I hope you're writing all this down.
I mean, I'm just gonna put a page on the website, on the OneNote, that says Pert writes about the trees to the.
Yeah.
And after that all-nighter, he probably sleeps like 4 hours in the morning on the second day. And then goes and just watches the same moving picture like 4 times. And just writes down all of the details he can kind of reverse figure out about how the process works.
Okay. It costs you like 2 silver to get into the moving pictures. And it's like a 15-minute show, right?
Yeah. And then
So,
he'll probably slip like a half a silver to the person that runs the camera. My name's the word slipped.
Projectorist.
Yeah, thank you. Projectorist.
yeah.
Yeah. So that way he can sit in the back room and watch the projectionist do the reels.
Yeah, you can do that.
So 5 copper.
Sure.
And Pert does not speak the entire time until they're done, and then he probably asks questions until the guy asks for more gold or kicks him out.
Yep. Yep.
And as for a question that night, I think his question that night would be, oh gosh, let me just look at the list of questions for 2 seconds. Is there any writing on the Church of Misfortune?
Oh, interesting.
If you need time, we can just say we'll talk about it later.
Make me a fortune roll, please.
Sure. Well, at least it's not a misfortune roll.
Hey,
Maybe it is.
You had to say it, didn't you?
Yep.
I don't think there's much. There's a few mentions of it here or there as a sort of religious entity in Blackcaster, and I think that's it.
Alrighty. He updates what very little he knows about the timeline of the churches and then gets a good sleep since he doesn't have much he can add. Current leader is X. These are the current events in Blackcaster around the church.
Fire and Emma.
Fire has a date.
That day, one day, yes.
Yeah, like nothing. There's not going to be any consequences if you just don't go.
No, but fire, fire doesn't mind. Like, okay, gonna meet person, not a problem.
Okay.
A little bit clueless.
You gonna go on a date?
I don't know. I'm just gonna show up one day at the door.
Okay. Are you in your like getup?
Remind me, Jamie, what was the invitation like? Just come over a house one day, or like let's have a date?
No, it was. I think it was more like come over to my house one day.
I'm just
Like
with my.
I have. It was specifically because you were asking about a big tree, and this lady was like, "Yeah, I have a big tree. You should stop by."
Hmm.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, fire is still kind of innocent. He will catch up, but
Okay.
at first he's innocent, and so I'll go be normal clothes. Afternoon, I'm gonna bring a pie.
Okay. I don't want to make like a big thing out of this, but she's very happy with the pie. And shows you around her house and her library and her gardens. And she mostly make an insight check.
Oh my god, you guys. Oh, kind of low for me.
You get the sense that she's maybe kind of lonely and mostly just wants to flirt.
Okay, like
She tells you that like her husband died a few years ago. She lives in the house by herself, and she's got like a maid and a gardener that help out a little bit. but they're not full time.
I want to say that Fire catch ups on the initial intentions on her on the night with that insight, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe he thinks he realizes that making good company might be better for her. Like one thing is what she thinks he wants, and one other thing is what Fire thinks she wants.
Yeah, I think that is a fair assumption for Fire to make.
So I'm gonna be very friendly in the friendly manner, not anything else. And I'm gonna make good conversation and show her some magic and make her laugh and all that stuff.
Just like a general charisma check. With advantage.
Thank you. Oh jeez. Thank God for that advantage.
Ingrid enjoys your company and tells you that if you... Do you tell her why you wanted to see her tree?
Yes.
Okay. She says that you are welcome to her tree anytime. The pie was delicious. Please bring back souvenirs from your travels.
Oh, I will certainly do. And if you need anything, just let me know. I don't know how.
Okay. She winks at you as you leave. She's still a little flirty.
Yeah, I just giggle and wave bye.
Anything else?
Miss, something you want to do on these 4 days? I think at least one day Fire spend it on the carnival again, just playing games.
Yeah.
Maybe Amma wants. I would say any of people who wants to be there.
You know who wants to go?
Me?
Mellis.
This cat's going to be round.
It's fine. Mel's gets plenty of exercise.
Yeah, I feel like Mellis has like the bodybuilder, needs lots of fish to have lots of muscles.
Surely that's the reason.
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so you spend a day at the carnival.
Yeah,
Mellis eats more fish. And
I'm
deposits
gonna.
more fish farts.
Yeah. I spend like 3 gold in a bunch of little things that I spend during the day.
Okay. The night before Camille's meeting, Camille, you're just like getting ready for bed, and you're like,
Oh, gods.
just this gentle smell of fish farts wafting from another room.
1 second. Just in case. Just the air.
Okay.
So have you noticed that when you can tell whether or not they took them to the tapioca fish fry versus the
Pert. Shut up. Some things do not need to be vocalized into the world. Specifically involving Displacer Beast flatulence. Write it in your book.
Perth writes an article.
Alright. So the next day rolls around. You know that you have your appointment in the morning, Camille.
Yeah, I get ready to go.
Are you going by yourself? Are you bringing anybody with you?
Anyone who wants to come can come.
Wait, what is this meeting? I don't remember.
Meeting with the researcher about Carpamon.
Leap. Go
Gentleman
by
from
yourself.
Fist.
I'll make fun on the city while you do that.
I figured you would.
Pert standing behind Camille like the overly attentive weirdo he is?
I think Risman has her nose buried in her notes uncharacteristically.
If,
So
so
go
I
ahead.
guess Zoe will go.
Okay, so it sounds like Camille, Zoe, and Pert are
Purgafer.
going,
Mhm.
and the other three are staying.
Amma, you prefer to go or stay?
Mm,
You know, sure about going. What if we play in the streets? I was planning on grabbing Melas and run on the streets as a cat.
it
We can do that.
sounds like fun.
Yeah. We do Rascal Day.
Yeah.
Okay. What's Rizwan doing?
Those 5 jeweler's tools rolls I made.
Okay, so Rizwan's holed up in the inn. Fire, as you're, running around with Melis, at some point you stop to take a break. We'll say like in a little alleyway or something.
Okay.
And you hear this loud, high-pitched sound suddenly to your left as 3 goblins pop out of nowhere.
No.
One of them blowing with all of her might into this tiny recorder. And as soon as she notices that she's somewhere else, she stops. And sees, are you in fire form or in cat form?
I don't know. Let's save human form because I will switch right away.
Okay. And Ick, who has got this recorder in one hand, says, "Fire!"
Go hug.
And Magluvia and Zax are like, "Hugs! Hugs! Hugs! Hugs!"
Hugs around.
3 goblins glomp onto you.
Oh my god, guys, what are you doing here?
I don't know. Ick was blowing into the thing, and I think it's magic. I think it's magic.
Ooh,
Where are
fancy. The city's called. Help me. Anything.
Insane. Cool. That's a cool name for a city.
What do you say?
Insane. Isn't that what you
In the
said?
membrane.
Insane? Where in this an island?
We're on an island?
Yep. So
Yeah, there's water everywhere.
did you just got here, like teleported?
I guess. I was blowing into this.
Did you find this? Let me check it.
She hands you the recorder.
Detect magic.
Sure. Yeah, it's magic.
Oh. Okay.
It
Where did you find this?
Maglubia pipes up. We were looking for magic items to help us in our quest, and we found a whole bunch in this old tomb, and we have other stuff too. He pulls out a bag.
Oh, jeez.
What the fuck is teleport? It's conjuration magic in case you care.
Yeah.
He pulls out a bag. There's this horn. I don't know what it does. Because when I blow into it, it doesn't make any sound. I think it's broken.
Mm. Hold a second.
He freezes with the horn like held out in front of you.
What if we would go to a better place to do all of this? Because I don't.
It's not
Jamie,
a place.
Jamie, how do I know if these people, the city is good or bad on goblins?
Nobody likes goblins.
Oh, God damn it. Is Zoe here?
No, she went with the others.
No, the other Zoe.
Oh no, it's just those three. It's just the goblins.
Where is Zoe?
Where's Zoe? And it goes, we must have left them behind. Snuffles.
Where? Okay.
Oh, it's fine. Zoe can take care of herself.
Where you guys?
In the forest.
Which part of the forest?
The tree-y part.
Leafy Islands?
Look, my goblin, my dude. I don't like to be the adult on a conversation. So let's go to meet someone else who they can be an adult so I don't have to.
Okay,
Okay?
let's go.
Oh, wait. I think we need to be stealthy about this.
I wonder if you pass them off as orc children.
What do I have prepared? God, oh my god. Nope, polymorph is not a great idea.
Just polymorph him into a T-Rex.
Calm down there, Lycra.
Okay, I'm gonna, if Amma is okay with this, I'm gonna say that Amma cast Pass Without a Trace, and I have my disguise kits, so I'm gonna make them look just as ragdoll kids.
Okay, just make a disguise kit check. I guess this is with
Please.
dexterity.
Okay.
Just one check for all three of them.
Ah, not
That's
bad.
pretty good. Okay. Yeah. I think you get a couple of weird looks, but you have successfully passed them off as wayward orc children that you are babysitting. You are stranger than they are.
Yep.
Where are you taking them?
Elsa Poppin?
Okay. They walk into the bar, and Maglubiet rips off his hat. Whoa, what's this place?
It's a friend's place. It's a place that we hang out around here in the city. Elias.
Elias pops his head out the back. So is it just you? You need any?
I got some friends with me. I'm waiting for his face to see how he reacts.
Okay.
We need a place to hang out. Could you?
We open in 2 hours.
Oh, jeez.
You have 2 hours.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna go. Don't wreck
Okay.
anything, please.
I'll try.
Hello, Mr. Big Red Man. He seems rather intimidated by these tiny little goblins.
Yeah.
And
Um,
just leaves.
I think Fire is gonna go like, I don't know what Fire is that has an adult mind today, but he's gonna just spend time with them, like tell me about your adventures, and I will tell about our adventures, and
Mhm.
decided like, Amma, please go to wherever Kamel and the rest is and tell them this.
Emergency.
Yes, I don't know what to do. I don't want to cast Pandemonium of Goblins, and they have a bag of magic items that they don't know what they do, and they eager to use them. Also, So is missing.
Ava will go do that.
Okay. Speaking of Camille,
Yes.
so you get to the university. You have your meeting with this professor. And he introduces himself as Professor Serial El Haman. He is indeed from Karkamat. He is from one of the 12 families.
Okay.
Yeah. But he works here as an engineering teacher, and he has a personal passion for the kind of ancient engineering that was found in Karkamat during the sort of settling of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he does indeed have a number of old or copies of like old texts and manuscripts from the settling of Karkamont.
Question.
Mostly about engineering stuff. Yes.
That engineering from Karkamot is both older and distinct from the Lita stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of it seems to rely on magic to work.
Okay, so it's like
Or at least it's
techno magic.
techno magic, yeah. Some magic, some mechanical, whereas the stuff that's being produced in Lita nowadays is all mechanical.
Interesting. Okay.
What do you specifically ask him for?
I guess just I've lost a lot of the threads
Mm-hmm.
for the past couple weeks, so I apologize.
There's been a lot.
Yeah. Family history, mention of Isaac and sort of his origins, other gods or powerful entities that were involved in Karkamont at the time. Basically anything that would clue in Kamil as to his search.
How open with him about the problem you're having are you?
Without it being explicit, I'm assuming word has traveled to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 6 months.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to keep it secret.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be open about who he is and what he is and who his sister is.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no point in hiding that. He won't be open about the problem that happened. More just he's trying to find out who his god is, not why his god is the way he is. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So he says, I don't know that it's exactly what you're looking for, but I do have something rare that you might like to see.
Mm-hmm.
And in like a little safe in his office, he has a scroll
Mm-hmm.
that he won't let you touch, but he will unroll it so that you can see.
Mm-hmm.
It is a copy of an old poem that details the leaving of the angels.
Okay. I will, or Kamil will make a copy of that in
Okay.
his in a
Yeah.
notebook.
He will happily let you do that, given who you are. The breakdown of this poem, because I can't write poetry, but this is like an epic poem.
So it's sort of like the prose around the whatnot from the Vikings.
Kind of like that, but
Yeah.
not quite so long. It talks about a place that was the land of the angels. And that there was a cataclysm brought on by the war of two of their own that had risen to such power as to destroy the foundations of the world. And in this war, the world was shattered, the moon fallen, and this land they called home could not sustain them. So they fled to one of the broken shards, the most radiant and beautiful, to make a new home.
So their world was destroyed.
Basically.
Okay.
The poem is mostly about like the sorrow of leaving their home, the beauty of this place called Elysium, the place that they called their new home.
Mm-hmm. Sorry to interrupt to chime in, but is the poem clear about like they go into a shard? It's like they call it something else a shard, or is it a shard of their world?
It's not super clear. It says that they fled to one of the shards.
So we got to figure out what a shard is, maybe. Okay. Is there any names or iconography talked about?
There are no I don't think there's any names given. As far as there's no like icon anything that you would suspect is like actual iconography, like the scroll is decorative.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing that strikes you as being particularly special about the decorations.
Right, and no descriptions of anything.
I mean, they talk about like they give descriptions of Elysium.
Okay, what is that described as?
Like beautiful, lush, full of light. The trees radiate light. The grass is like green and beautiful, and
okay, so typical sort of pastoral.
yes.
Okay. So the key takeaway from that is they left their world, came to a shard, which we assume is here, and that there was a
They
fight.
specifically name the shard as Elysium. So I think Elysium you would probably know is like another name for what we might think of as heaven. It's kind of an old term for it.
Okay.
Jamie?
So they just to confirm, I want to get they left somewhere to go to Elysium, or they left Elysium
Yes.
to come here.
No, they left somewhere else to go to Elysium.
Okay.
And was that somewhere else here or somewhere else somewhere else?
Yeah, I guess is Elysium a place on the Prime Material, or is it its own thing like Hell or the Feywild? Or
Elysium is not a place on the Prime Material, as far as you are aware. You also have an entry in the book that says that the only celestials that are native to this plane are the cats. So you can conclude that the Elysium is not on this plane.
Jamie?
David? Yeah?
While this conversation's going on, Pert was copying the poem, just since he has the nicer handwriting, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'll give you the copy of what I have in my notes.
When he has a free moment, he flips the book and just asks the word, "Find all entries of Elysium."
Um,
Do you need time with that?
yes.
Cool.
But there is stuff in there about Elysium. Not like a ton, mostly secondhand knowledge, but there is some stuff.
I also need to add shards to the list of things to look up.
Make all three of you that are there can make a history check.
I rolled.
So,
Nice, you were doing so good.
I mean, that's still pretty good. So when you were in Carcamont, you went into this ever frozen lake, and at the bottom of the lake there was a city that was obviously built for creatures larger than you, in which you found a quote unquote corrupted angel at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Aye.
So one might conclude that the place they were fleeing from was here.
Okay. Didn't
So the
expect that.
Carcamont was the original place, and they fled to Elysium. Is that what you're saying?
I think she's saying that that city was Elysium.
I'm trying to not give away too much.
Give it away.
Give it away? Okay.
Wait, let other people. How do other people?
I'm
give it
dense as
away?
fuck, so
Okay. I think you, between the three of you, you could reasonably conclude, that the angels were on the prime material plane and fled, and that is why there are the only celestial creatures that reside on this plane now are these Aquilonia
Descendants
cats.
of the cats.
Yeah.
that maybe fits in with the demons freezing the lake as well.
I mean, that is a story that has been told. You now know that that is not true, that the freezing of the lake is due to the little spirits that live there.
Yeah, but the demons, especially coming to Carcamont, could be
Yeah.
involved in that.
Yeah.
I'm building a theory about Kiral that I don't like.
Big same.
It is about this time that Amalus shows up. Looking a little haggard.
The goblins are here.
Pardon?
Pardon?
Oh, it's a sports team we play with. They call themselves the Goblins because they're kind of assholes. I'll go deal with them. You guys take care of this.
Okay.
She's not sure if Camille is ready to be done or not. And
unless there's any sort of like just going over it one more time just to see if anything, like almost like not looking at it directly, you know what I mean, like letting his sort of mind just pull out information to see if anything clicks with him?
Yeah. Just make a wisdom check.
Jesus Christ.
You're kind of stuck on this line about the moon falling. And you're just thinking like there's a moon in the sky. That can't have actually happened. Like, is
That
it
will
hyperbole?
Char, Selene falling could be reference to them. Because she was the one who clued us into the whole prophecy about Kiral.
Actually, that's an interesting thought. Is there anything Pert could extrapolate from that, from his knowledge of history?
The settling of Karkamot was quite a long time ago.
Yeah, but just the myths or legends about the moon falling or the moon being destroyed or there being a second moon or...
What about if it's not a moon but another celestial body, like an asteroid or a comet or something like that?
You can make a history check, Part.
Cool.
Can I chime in if I'm not there? Just a theory.
Apparently I'm rolling 10s today.
You have not heard anything about this part.
I'll try looking in the book when we have time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, say your theory, and then we're gonna go back to the goblins.
What if doesn't mean literally the falling of the actual moon, but it was a war between gods and it where Selene. I don't remember everything about Selene and how they got one soul for both of them, but that event of the moon goddess getting fractured. Maybe it's talking about that.
From what I understand, as far as we know, this stuff is a lot more ancient than anything to do with Shar and Selene and Bashaba.
Yeah, I think the angels predate most of the gods.
Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie.
I'm not correcting you. Anyways, Zoe. You arrive back at Hellzapoppin to a very haggard-looking fire as Maglubiet has discovered that the horn that he couldn't figure out what it did is a horn of silent alarm.
So is he blowing and all the fire is getting a toot out of this ear?
Yeah. Ick has discovered that the bottle of kind of bitter smelling fluid is a bottle of Boundless coffee.
Someone's been playing with a book I kind of enjoy.
Oh, I've got overlapping music. Okay, there we go, sorry. And Zax has discovered the Cloak of Billowing.
So is he just in a corner billowing?
Yeah. Maglubiet stops blowing the horn and is like, hey, that's really cool. Can I have it? I think I should have it. I am the leader after all.
But you need that second who is all broody and mysterious.
I can be broody and mysterious.
Michael Blade, you're not broody or mysterious. Be honest with yourself.
Oh.
Let them have their thing too.
Zoe!
So Zoe walks in, puts her fingers at the corner of her mouth, whistles, and yells at them all to line up.
They all line up.
And then she
Fire.
holds out her arms and for hugs.
Fire and I'm also line up.
Okay, they all hug you at the same time.
Fire, why did you bring them here?
Where else?
It's closed.
You hear from the back, why did you bring them here?
As much as I would love to just hang around the city, I know from previous experience that cities and goblins don't mix up.
We have rooms.
I didn't thought about that. Also, Rizwin is there, isn't it?
We want to go see Rizwan.
So we can see who Grant. Let's go see Rizwan.
While we go in all there, first thing of order, I say to Zoe when kind of behind, they got teleported with this, and I give her the flute. I don't know what it does, but it's magical. Zoe, the old bird, was left behind. I'm worried.
So, assuming they get back to the room safely, Zoe
Mhm.
maracas out her pulls out her maracas and starts figuring out what everything is.
You have identify?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's in my it's one of my
Rituals.
yeah.
For flavor, when you enter the room, you have never seen gems and paper disappear into pockets and pouches faster.
Yeah, we came like a tornado. For Rizwin.
Did Rizwan just lose stuff again?
No. She puts it away in her actual pouches and
I mean, you
notebooks.
probably heard them coming.
They might literally scream from the street, "There, Rizwin!"
Yeah. So the recorder is a recorder of teleport. It is based off of it's kind of based off of the Conjure teleport. But it works a bit like the teleport spell. And Ick did say that she missed fire when she was using it.
Oh, I
So
hug
it
her.
teleported her to fire.
Ah.
It does only work once per day.
Wait, this thing can just go wherever we want to go?
There is a roll involved.
That's
Okay.
still kind of powerful.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful. Otherwise, there is a cloak of billowing, a horn of silent alarm, a bottle of boundless coffee, an alchemy jug.
Ooh, Mayo.
Yeah. Maglubiak just keeps pulling stuff out of the bag. He pulls out a talking doll.
I would like to know more about this talking doll.
It is in Roll20.
Oh, sorry.
So at some point, I described to the group that I didn't want them to test all these magic items in the streets where there could be standard bystanders.
Casualties.
Yeah.
He pulls out like what looks like a hexagonal orb of yellow glass. So a dodecahedron. That is basically it's like a scrying aid. You can use it as a focus, and it gives you +5 to a wisdom check to help you think of someone else.
Help you think about someone else?
Yeah.
Huh. Weird.
And then there's also an orb of time. I think that's it.
Bunch
So he
of
tries to
goodies.
steal the boundless coffee because she does not want caffeinated or goblins.
Oh, but I really like that. It's really good. I mean, it's a little bitter, but it's really good. You should try some. It just keeps coming.
How much have you drinking from it?
Ick smiles and says, I don't know. Some? A little?
Is Ick vibrating?
A little bit.
I assume at some point Pert and Camille show up.
Yes. Ick is figuratively and almost literally bouncing off the walls.
I just sidestep him,
Ick is the girl.
them, her.
Pert kind of looks
Pert,
down.
Hi!
What happened at the Weefy Islands? Did you win?
Oh, we haven't gone yet.
I was gonna say they weren't there yet.
She kind of climbs up Pert to whisper in his ear, I think Maggie wants to wait for you all.
Oh. Pert nods a little bit and passes her, I think one of the lightning daggers and shows her how when you hold them really close to each other, you can just feel the slight spark going between them.
This is so cool!
Yeah.
And she holds them together to keep the lightning sparking and runs around with it like a friggin' cattle prod.
Fire did very good work on that.
You made
Oh
this?
yeah, I made that. Yeah.
Can you show me? Can you make me one? Well,
Yes.
I suppose you should probably make Maglubia one because I don't know that I use it very much.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like I'm starting to answer one of their questions, and she starts with a new one or something like that.
Yeah.
So, how do we get you back to where you belong?
Oh, we can do that tomorrow with this thing.
Oh,
Yeah, we found a
Good.
recorder and I blew it and then we showed up here because I think I was thinking of fire when I was blowing it.
I got Hugger.
Aww.
You just gotta think about Zoe, the owl bear. And Zoe just looks angry that she said this out loud.
Rizwin laughs.
Hey, Jamie?
Mm-hmm.
Pert's not going to read anything, but he just checks to see if there's any entries on the Weefy Islands.
Okay. There are a few entries on the Wi-Fi Islands.
Okay. He will look into it when he has time.
Okay. So, what have you all been up to?
For the past hour, Fire will have been told stories of
Okay.
where they've been up to.
Okay.
So, Zoe, do you think it's safe to use that? What if we go by tree?
I.
Which
Maybe it
tree?
worked once.
Magublit,
Yeah?
can you pull up a map? Where did you wear?
Can Magluvia read a map?
I will help him and ask someone else
Oh,
for help.
actually, kind of.
Yeah.
Once we point out where some cities are, I think he might get it.
Yeah. He points in the general vicinity of here-ish.
So the other side of Astoria.
Yeah.
Near our home?
Yeah? Is that
I
where
think
you live?
Yeah, I live around there.
Oh.
Did you pass by a little town called Shimmergrove?
I don't think so.
Did you saw a big white tree with blue leaves?
No. We've been grave robbing.
Well, it's better than robbing a dragon.
Never mind. No. No.
Okay.
No.
Might be the same place that we went, guys. You know, with the two brilliant fellas.
Oh yeah, that was a graveyard, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Maybe we should send them to those two fellas, see how they get along. We have a mission for you.
Oh.
You are to go to the town of Shimmer Grove and find these two guys.
Wait, I have their names. Nope, not there. Here.
Theodore and Marlene.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also say grandma say hi.
Yeah, speaking of which, who is Y anyway? That's what I had in my notes.
Who is Y?
I don't know who is why.
W-H-Y or the letter
Just
Y?
the letter Y. A gnome, middle-aged, accompanied Geleth, the very old Loxodon. When our party arrived at Shimmer Grove, Fire looked uncomfortable to see them.
Isn't he like a village elder?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
I don't know if Chamie actually gave us the name, and so I think I just punched in Y for a placeholder.
Hmm. I'll have to go back through my notes to find it.
His name needs to
Do you want me to kill him?
No, we want you to interview them. And bring
Why
back
are
a
we
full
interviewing
detail
them?
to make sure that they're upholding their end of the bargain.
Maybe they can come with us. Oh,
They-
yeah.
They might be good allies to have, yes.
We did kind of make the same bargain with them that we've inadvertently made with Magluvia, didn't we?
Kind of, yeah. I also just want to keep them on their toes.
And sick them on each other.
Yes.
I mean,
We should have more allies before we go to the Leafy Islands, and I... What the fuck was I sending them there for?
Isn't he going to become
Challenge the 5Gs!
Yes, become the king of the goblins.
Yes!
Oh my god.
I hate you so much, Jamie.
Would you... Would you come with us? To bear witness to our incredible feats of strength and cunning and yeah.
I mean, we agreed to join you, but when you got an army, that doesn't sound right. At least, guys, could we go with them to Shimmer Grove?
I mean, I'm definitely gonna help them when they go.
DM interjection.
Mm.
If you would like to have this arc happen now, you can. If you don't, that's fine. There will be other opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to the Weefy Islands right now.
Okay.
I was going to say, I think we're in a situation where we could go either direction, because Leafy Islands, I'm assuming, is more of a side story than a 6-month campaign arc.
Yeah.
It is an arc. It is an arc of the story that is self-contained. So periodically I'm going to give you opportunities to enter into that arc. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of those opportunities. You can take it or leave it.
We go halfway, and I think Fire. We don't go the whole Wi-Fi Island extravaganza, but what if we go one day to Shimmer Grove to help them
To introduce
get
them
back
to the Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Yeah, and is the giant still there?
The Trent?
Yeah, the Trent.
I think the Trent went home.
I don't know how, but
He
yeah.
banished it to the Feywild. Anyways, I mean, McGlooby, it says, like, we have to go find Zoe first. We have to go back to Zoe, and then we can go to Shimmer Grove. And Snuffles and Lady, too.
So this is the player panic of teleporting with something that can go wrong. So you can tell me,
As-
Jamie, like
as long as the goblins have it, it will not go wrong.
Okay, then I will drop it.
I was gonna
It
say
is a-
finger quotes go wrong for them.
Yes, it is a device for me to get them to where you are a continent away periodically.
For
I want
hijinks.
it to go wrong though.
No, it doesn't go wrong in fun ways. It goes wrong in death ways.
Oh.
It's just a teleport spell.
If we wanted to go wrong in fun ways, we will use the teleportation circle that you have noted.
I want to use that too.
You can
So-
use that.
So I think we're at a point where we need to say, is there anyone voting against going to Aqualonia first and voting for going to Wi-Fi first? I'm perfectly happy to go to Aqualonia first, but figured I'd just, see if anyone strongly wants to do goblins.
Honestly, it's not urgent, either of them.
It doesn't make sense in character for a couple of players, or for a couple of characters. Camille has way more important things to take care of than the goblins. I'm just going to
Yeah.
say that right now.
No, and that's why I get it. Because we'd have to have someone with really good logic arguing against it. And I don't think anyone has it.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. Like, he would just look at someone who said, but it's fun. When we have all these pressing things coming down on us.
Like Fire says, yeah, we don't have anything rushing on us. And look at Camel's face and like, I guess yes, we do have. Sorry.
Well, then we can go talk to Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Theodore and Merling.
Theater and Merlink. And convince them to join our army.
If anyone asks, tell them Fire sent you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure the elders are going to love that for you.
I think we need to sleep before we can go, though.
Yes, of course.
Notices the aroma of coffee coming from the thing and just nope, put it on a high shelf.
Slumber party!
It's not very late, I guess. Oh my god. What if we take them to the carnival?
Nope.
Carnival? What's a
Nope.
carnival?
Nope.
I think that was said out of character.
Aww.
It would be fun.
Can't say it in character.
Yeah, it's any character. Like,
Carnival!
This is the sound you hear.
I want to go.
I-
Fire, can we go? Fire, can we go? Fire, can we go?
I don't know.
Fire. If you take them, you are the adult.
But I hate being
Yeah,
adult.
but-
You have
You-
3 little faces with big puppy dog eyes staring up at you.
Consider this your first taste of responsibility.
So Zoe takes pity on Fire and looks at the three of them. Are you gonna follow all of Big Sister Zoe's rules and listen to everything she says?
Yes.
All right, let's go. And she just
Carnival!
Carnival.
she has
Carnival.
she's holding the two boys' hands and tells Ick to hold on to Magoobulet's hand.
Okay.
No, but before we go, like,
Correction.
They-
Ick is on her shoulders.
Okay.
they should get disguised as kids.
Nope, they're being.
I thought they already were disguised.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I remembered afterwards. Wait, I bought shoes for Ick at some point.
Yeah, they are already disguised as children.
Okay, Carnival. I go with them.
If Rizwan goes with them, will she still be able to finish her work?
Sure. You might have to stay up late.
Rizwan goes with them too.
Okay.
More to protect them from the city than the other way around.
Mm-hmm. And
I'll
so
also go.
Okay. Zax keeps trying to get a ride on Mellis, and Mellis is just not having it. He'll just like stop and lay down.
Did he roll over to?
Yes. Yeah, rolls on his side.
Would Zax accept a piggyback from Rizwan instead?
Yeah. Then Maglubiet starts saying, I want a piggyback ride.
One on each shoulder.
Okay. And so this arc ends at the carnival with 3 coffeed up, sugared up, adrenaline upped goblins.
Lovely.
Yay.
Yay.
What do
I
I
think that's
have
where
to
we end.
roll to try and steal the thing of coffee and slip it into her bag?
Sleight of hand?
Ooh.
Yeah, you now have a bottle of boundless coffee.
Now to figure how to turn into a bottle of boundless tea.
Well, you can probably copy it and make your own. Did we level up?
No.
How about yes?
However, I think I am going to start giving level ups more frequently. Because you're at level 12 or 13 and we don't have
Level 12.
12, yeah. There's not 16 more arcs left.
I'm sure you mean 8. Well, 9, I guess, if there's something
Never
like
underestimate our ability to faff about.
No, I mean, because I've been doing 1 level up per 2 arcs.
Oh,
Oh,
gotcha.
I see.
There's not 18 or 16 arcs left.
Yeah.
That means we're past the halfway point.
I mean, yes.
Which actually, that brings up a question for my game. I hadn't made any solid plans on whether or not everybody got to 20. Does anybody have any strong feelings on that?
What, to get to level 20 and your characters?
Yeah.
I mean,
It'd
I've
be
never.
interesting, but it's not necessary.
I would
Yeah.
like to get to level 16.
I've never been at level 20 and any character, so getting the whole from 1 to 20 sounds a lot of fun, but
Yeah.
I don't need it.
I'm looking forward to level 20 on my paladin simply because of the capstone and how that could interact with the world, but for yours, that's less of an issue, I think.
Hey, Nibbles, I say yes because it sounds like we're going to get 20 in Jamie's campaign, and Jamie's not playing a character in that one, so she can get the experience as well.
That's a
I'm not really fussed about it one way or the other, but
Okay, it's just not something I had made any plans on, so it sounds like people are either indifferent or definitely want it, so
I mean, it'd be cool.
accordingly.
It would be cool to do.
it would be cool.
Okay.
Having a campaign go this long is a pretty rare experience.
Yeah.
And this long consistently.
Careful with the spells that are game breaking, though.
Thankfully, I don't have any game breaking spells in my paladin. I can hit something and banish it.
Yeah.
Now let's
Wait.
see if I can, in a dream spell, cast banishment and send somebody back to the.
I guess the question is they dream a demi-plane or not?
That's
That's a whole other. Because I know what it's based off of, and I don't know how that would work.
What is Corwin right now? It's a paladin?
Corwin or Kamail?
Corwin.
He's a
stable
shadow
sorcerer.
Shadow sorcerer.
Shadow Sorcerer. Thank you.
He's now just a sorcerer of death.
It's a
Whoa.
nature sorcerer. He. Anyway.
So I assume that is the sign we are switching campaigns.